Listen, listen, listen. This is a Monday night toy ramblings, and I'd like to say
Welcome to the Creamery.
to all of you who have shown up today, I will ramble on for 3+ hours. I have no slides today. I really didn't want to be on the internet and watching YouTube all weekend, other than to see what was happening at San Diego Comic-Con. I did jump on with Oz. But there's just too much stuff to try and put everything that I want to talk about into slides. So I have notes down for what we're going to go through, what I'm going to look at, what sites we're going to go to, and we'll hit the usual. Obviously, GI Joe, Masters of the Universe, McFarlane Toys, NECA has some pretty cool stuff that people didn't really seem to talk too much about. And of course, Jada, who seems like they are just rearing up on everyone because they are doing some really, really nice stuff. So as I said, lots of San Diego Comic-Con coverage. If I go through anything and there's nothing that no one wants, or if there's something someone wants to discuss that we don't hit, please let me know. There weren't a lot of small companies there. There's no AWalk. There's no Savage Crucibles with figures falling over because they have weak ankles. Nothing like that. So just the big boys for the most part. I think Mezco, NECA, they're the smaller boys, I guess you could say, churning out stuff. So anyway, hope everyone had a wonderful weekend. I did. If you've been following me on Instagram, you saw I went out and took some GI Joes outside, took some pictures, took a little video. It takes me more time to take them outside, set them up, take a few pictures, run the video over it, and then bring them back in. It is such a pain, but it is fun. Most of them are already in the position that I want them in, so I'm able just to kind of bring them back and put them back where they need to be. But that is such a small portion of my collection, as you guys might imagine. Anyone that's been following me in the different different videos and reviews that I've done. So let's talk about one thing really quickly. Was anyone else waiting for the McFarlane Amazon exclusive Batman Tumbler to come out? Because it was supposed to drop today. It kept saying that it was going to be here, but when I'm looking on Amazon and it says something's going to be here by 10 p.m. and it hasn't shipped yet, I usually can assume, that it's not going to come. So did anyone get it? That's what I'd like to know. If anyone got it shipped, if anyone is receiving it. It's, again, we were all expecting it or kind of waiting for it, but now it's just, I had to accept that I still want it. I don't understand that. It's already been on pre-order for months, and then they're saying, hey, and we've all discussed this. I know Target does it. Do you still want this? Like, dude, I've been waiting 2 months for it. I'll wait another week or two or whatever it's going to be. And I love that they don't update the dates. So to all the people that have complained, this is not a Hasbro thing. This is McFarlane and Amazon. This is Amazon not having it. And who knows what, who knows who really says, who does the shipping and all that other stuff. I'm sure there's other things on Amazon that get delayed. I can only imagine people buying air conditioners right now and fans that aren't getting what they need. So anyway, I want to say thank you to last week's Thursday with a Friend, Chris from Shiny Plastic People. Thank you. It was a great, great show. I love getting to talk to some people that I don't see that much, that aren't as interacting with this community, but are definitely supportive of me and everything that I've been doing. And, it's good to get some insight on some people. And that's what that whole show was about. I had a great time talking with him, getting to know him. So we're all happy that Chris was able to do it. If you haven't checked it out, please go back. Shiny Plastic People, go and subscribe to his channel, because he does a good job. And the guy is just hilarious. He's just funny. as you can see, he doesn't take a lot of stuff serious, which is good because there's way too much seriousness, and a lot of it comes from me too. So I want to say thank you to Oz. He did a 24-hour stream, which is not available to watch for some weird reason. I asked him about it, and he's looking into it right now. And it basically says, I don't know who's going to sit down for 24 hours and watch the stream again. But to me, it was a good thing for me to kind of watch and see how they handle it, because we've already discussed I'm going to be doing a 36-hour telethon for Toys for Tots, October 25th and the 26th. And then the next day is 10/27 for Hasbro, which it didn't even dawn on me that, hey, you know what? This is, I'm glad it didn't fall on the same day, or hell, maybe it would have been better if it did. So quickly, let's say hi to everyone in the chat. And as you know, I don't star these. I just go through them. So quickly, we got Model Misfit is in the house. The Real Grievance, Gun Buddy Customs, NorCal Voodoo. What's up, my fellow plastic addicts and figure junkies? That is all of us. Johnny Reno, a channel member. We have Jay Astro, another channel member. Cobra Commander is here. GI Bro, the man with the best guns in the GI Joe community. Matthew Matson, my first moderator. Great to have you here as always. Matthew says, accidentally clicked on the wrong upcoming stream. I was confused when it said 2 days. It was Thursdays. Brick Something is here. PNC is in the house. Woody 222 is in the house. I have not changed that fart noise for you, but I will eventually. Krusty O'Crow is here. Son of a Crayon Slayer. Todd C. Action Figs, my other moderator here. We have Liquid Identity. Allison Troy, who was one of my first channel members. Thank you very much. And been supportive this whole time. Derek Holloman is here. Snow Wolf is in the house. We have Aaron the Toy Enhancer, who I had a nice chat with yesterday about the 36-hour telethon Toys for Tots. And I'm going to be talking about that in a little bit. Tools for Trade is here. Wraith Mace, the man who donates more memberships than anyone. And I can only say thank you for everyone that you have donated. Clinton Jorgensen is here. We have Toy Connection, who I just spent a lot of time talking to earlier today. Loud and no audio at the bar I am at. So just here to say, get Punk to 5K subs, even if it means praising Shawn Mike. It's funny that you say that, Ken. I really wish you were listening, because I was just watching Stevie Richards compare Shawn Michaels to Bret Hart. Cannot lie. All right, let's see here. Who else is here? And so many other people. DJ Five Ash is here. We have Odin. One is in the house. 3-star draws here. We have Sabir. We'll just say Sabir. Peace, Lawrence, and all in the chat. Wraith Mace has donated 5 Punk memberships. Thank you very much. You are the best.
Welcome to the Creamery.
To all of you who became channel members because of our buddy Wraith Mace, who would be Cobra Commander, Tools of the Trade, Sean Forrester, Grizzlehorn, and Daredevil Dave. I think this week I will be doing a Punk's Pit. It's either going to be this Friday or the following Friday. I will let you guys know real soon when when I know exactly what's going on here. All right, and then we have Doc Avenger. I don't believe I've ever seen. Rattler is fine. The patches are stupid. They should have just put them. Yeah. And we have a new channel member, Ken from Toy Connections. So
welcome to the Creamery.
I will play that again when you're actually here and you can listen. Krusty O'Crow with a $13.99 super chat. Or is that a super sticker? Buy your own. What am I missing? And this button does what? Why is it not here? Am I missing something? Anyway, who else is here? We have Astrodamus Toys is in the house. Santo 1414. I can say I don't remember seeing you either. Awesome to get some new people. We have G78. Punk wears patches. I do not. What is this? What's this button do? I am confused. It is showing me 2 super chats. Wait, you did. How did you donate 2 super chats? Or did you? I don't know. It's showing that someone donated. Oh, Krusty donated 2 super chats. Thank you very much, Krusty. JLS Comics. If you haven't followed him, you need to. Krusty says, what does this button do? Oh, my goodness. Starting off pretty good. Let's see. Doc Avenger says, yeah, I got my notification for Tracy. Can't wait now. Can't wait, Doc. Savage, Phantom, Flash Gordon's on the clock. And we have You Are a Clown. Man, there's so many here. All right. 44 people. Please hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button if you have not. I know there's a lot of people. They watch. And, well, they're not members. It happens. I do the same thing. So please hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button for sure if you haven't. All right. So first things first. This guy has been around for quite some time. And I noticed that he is at 935 subs. So please, I'm going to be pushing this throughout the day, throughout the night. Destro's Desk, go over and hit that like button, that subscribe button for him. And what the heck? Oh, sorry. I get a message from my moderator. I should have him just jump on. He can show. Though I can't do 2 things at once. They can't do a private chat and watch. I'll go over to Destro's Desk. He does a really good job. And you know what? There's a lot of guys in this GI Joe community that are trying to make their name putting out stuff, and it gets discouraging especially when you get stuck under that 1,000 mark, and you just want to hit that 1,000 so you can do what you need to do. So anyway, go over there, just hit that really quick. We're going to be pushing it throughout the night. All right. So this Thursday, I will have the Savage Land on Thursday with the friend. This is a guy that he does a lot of Joe content. He was at Joe Fest, and I didn't get to meet him. Aaron, the toy enhancer, got to meet him. Aaron was obviously hogging him all up. What Aaron does in his free time is what Aaron does. But yeah, again, I really wish I would have got to meet him, and we'll make sure next year at Joe Fest, we definitely get to hang out together and have a few words. But either way, I will have him on this Thursday. And if he's watching this on the replay, I apologize again. I did say the 8th. I was thinking the 1st. So great that he said, hey, not a problem at all. All right. So quickly, I want to talk about the 36-hour telethon that I'm going to be doing. And it's Toys for Tots. If you haven't heard, I'm going to be doing, a 36-hour telethon starting October 25th to October 26th. So noon. So that's 12 p.m. to 12 a.m. the following day. Every super chat that I get will be donated to Toys for Tots, sponsored by Sergeant Reds. All right. So I've already talked to John and Dee. Those are the 2 owners, and they are totally cool with it. He does something every year for Toys for Tots. He has the thing there. He has the Marines come in, pick it up, and I'm hoping that throughout this 36 plus hours, we're able to get as much money as possible. Other YouTubers hopefully will be willing to share this, because it is, it's good for the community and it's good for the kids. As I was talking to Aaron yesterday, and I was talking to even Ken a little bit, I don't have a lot of money. Contrary to what we talk about, I don't have a lot of money. My kids have never gone without Christmas. My kids have never gone without birthday gifts. We are fortunate in that. But we know there are a lot of kids that aren't. So We're doing it in October because if I do it in October, then we get paid at the end of November, and that's more than enough time to make sure that just to make sure that YouTube or make sure that I have the money to give to Sergeant Reds because I don't expect them to upfront. So here's the other thing. If you want to be anonymous, I'm going to set up a PayPal account that's going to be completely empty, and I will show everyone. I can show everyone on Monday if I do a show Monday. If I did take Monday off, I can show you guys the tallies of exactly how much we made. And anything that my channel makes throughout those days, whether it's channel memberships, super chats, views that I get, anything that I make throughout those 2 days goes to Toys for Tots. And it's easy for me to just kind of take a look at and see. I'm hoping we're able to generate a good amount of money. I mean, I don't see why not. There have been times that I've made $100 for super chats on Monday for myself. And if we can do that in a 3-hour time for you guys to help donate for what I'm doing, then I think we can do it for kids and everything like that. So, all right. But I wasn't sure how I wanted to do it. And I don't want to do what Oz really did, where he has people just floating in and out. Okay. I do want to reach out and I want to have people on. And I thought about asking some of the bigger YouTubers if they want to come in and join and help, push this out and promote it. And I still might. But more than anything, I thought everything that I've done for the channel, I try and help the people that help support me. So what I'm going to be doing is throughout that time, we're going to have shows on my channel of people that support the channel. So the first hour, let me get this really quick here. I don't have everything lined up just yet, but I do have some. So quickly, I tell you what, when you write it down, it is a lot of hours. So we're gonna have the first hour. It's just gonna be opening. I haven't figured out going up into it, but the 7 p.m. hour on Friday, we're gonna do backyard battlefield. Right, that's the right backyard battlefield, right? With Aaron the Toy Enhancer, and I am hoping that Krusty O'Crow and 3-Star Draw will also join. I mean, they do it together, but it'll be all of us because I will definitely be on it. That will be from 7 to 8. The 9-hour block will just be let some people come in, talk to a few people. The 10 p.m., the 10 to 12, which I know everyone's been waiting, is Punk's on Film, Raiders of the Lost Ark. I will no longer be able to say I haven't seen Indiana Jones all the way through, unless if I lie and I don't do it and I just make Matthew do all the work. And you're going to see there's an hour break in between the shows. From 1 to 3, I'm going to be talking wrestling. And I'm hoping that I'm going to be able to get the guys that I was sitting at the bar with at PowerCon. So Ted, Aaron, and Mr. Wonderful, if you guys are available, I want to talk wrestling, but not what's going on today. I want to talk about back in the day because we're all in the same age range. Talk about WrestleMania 3. When Bret Hart tapped out, all the also the NWO, Steve Austin, the Monday Night Raws, things like that. So that's what I'm hoping for. Well, I'm going to be talking wrestling for 2 hours. There will be a block. Allison, who is right here, where's Allison? I know Allison says, or if a bunch of ninjas break it. Okay, I think we might be missing some stuff. Anyway, Allison, I'm hoping. I know it'll be really early for you. I want to do like an 11 to 12 coloring with you. Something to calm me down. I do want to be, you guys don't want to be high strung for 36 hours. My blood pressure will definitely go through the roof. Let's say hi to Tony really quick. And then Tony has said that it is okay. I still have to reach out to Black Genghis, KJ. We're going to be doing an episode of Terradrome. And I moved the time, but they're going to be free all day. 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. Take an hour in between that, and then we'll start the clubhouse. Oz's clubhouse. There's going to be more shows, more people, but I'm still trying to work out the details. Still got months before we get there, but I don't want to be going into that week trying to figure it out. All right? So this is me just killing time. All right. So back to some notes here. All right. So next week there might not be a show. Andrew has agreed to do some work for Sergeant Reds, and he was supposed to be on vacation with his mom up north, which is about 4 hours away. So I took the day off so I can drive him up north, and then I have to drive back. So depending on how I feel, next week there might not be a show, but I took Tuesday off, so I won't be, even if I, am exhausted and I still do it, I still don't have to wake up on Tuesday. So hopefully it's not an issue, but yeah. All right. But I will let you know when it comes closer and see how I'm feeling. But hopefully we're going to be recording 2 things on Saturday and Sunday. It just takes up a lot of time, as you guys might imagine. And then quickly, make sure I got everything. I went and saw Deadpool this weekend. Now, Matthew gave it an awful 7 out of 10 because he hates good movies. I thought it was awesome. I thought it was fanfare. I'm not going to give any spoilers, so no one needs to tune out. And but I gotta say, I thought it was awesome. They did a great job of giving you fanfare, things I did not expect that I would see. So, so much fun. Matthew says 7 out of 10 is awful. Isn't awful. That is a 70%. That is a C minus. That's what you gave it. Just so you think about it, that is a C minus. That is barely passing. So, JLS says, Punk's favorite part was the hole in the popcorn bucket. Dude, that was just my son. But it's funny that you say that because I actually have a skateboard deck hung on my wall that has that image. And it actually came with a popcorn bucket with a hole. Droid Uprising says, hey, what do you call a doctor that passed with all C's? Doctor. Matthew, did you pass with all C's? He may have. You're right. It is barely passing. Oh, wait, you're not. The Titan, you're right. It is barely passing, but that is not good, right? And I would say Deadpool 3 is more than just passing. No, I really enjoyed it. Matthew thought there were some slow parts. I didn't have any slow parts, and I even had to go to the bathroom one time, which very rarely ever happens. But good Lord, like it was like the stream of a lifetime. TMI. So, anyway, on to the actual news. You guys may have noticed there's been this little thing called the Haslab that's come out. And we will be talking about it. And you can actually see that I have a nice little poll up here. Please go vote in it. Tell me what you guys think. As of now, 47 votes and 68% say that they're happy with it. I'm going to assume that some of the 32% isn't happy with the fact that it only has 3 figures if it hits all tiers. And others may just be saying it because, well, they hate it. Or they're just haters. So, I like the poll. It gives me a good idea of how many people have actually been in. Let's say hi to Terrence St. John. Oh, why don't Why don't your polls offer an option to not care? Because it's a yes or no. It doesn't matter if you care or not. I don't care. I didn't ask if you care. I asked if it's a good option. You should collect GI Joe. How about that? Allison, you are absolutely correct. People unhappy about toys. No, impossible. I know a lot of people that don't collect classified are unhappy with it. I always like to take their opinions really well. Terrence says, your poll leaves no room for people like me to say I don't care because I don't collect GI Joes. You don't have to collect GI Joes to think if it's a good offering. I can look at the new Motu snake layer and tell you if I think that it is a good offering or not. See? You don't have to collect something to think something is good or bad. So, Aaron wants all your patches. And Graf says the Rattler stinks, getting a couple just for the patches. All right. So how am I going to do this here? So quickly, before we do get started, let's do this again. If you haven't yet, please, and he has no idea that I'm doing this, so head on over, give Destro's Desk a subscribe, get him to 1,000, make him wake up in the morning and be like, holy shit, I got 1,000 subs. How did this happen? It is a tall order. When he was sitting in, what did I say? 935, and now he is sitting at over 940, 942. So it is possible, but it is a stretch because I know a lot of people here will be are already subscribed. Ed says, I'm not happy because I want a battle platform. Well, it happens. Johnny says, I'm going to burn my patches on live stream. Johnny has to do a live stream first. And Payne's Toy Sample says, everyone has arrived. It's time for everyone else to leave because he ruined the stream. Oh, I mean, all is right with the world now. Sorry, I read that wrong. Words are hard. All right. So let's go ahead and talk a little Masters of the Universe. We're going to be using Toy Arc for the most part today. And then we're going to use a little bit of His Tank. And then maybe a little bit of Full Force. So let's just share this screen quickly. And we have the SDCC Masters of the Universe as Turtles of Grayskull, I believe. So it looks like we have, I guess His Tank, His Tank must be doing a lot of work here because I keep seeing their watermark on a lot of this stuff. So I really don't follow His Tank. So if you do, what is their deal with that? Because are they associated with Toy Arc? Because I've seen a lot of Toy Arc His Tank watermark on this. Right in the middle. Makes it hard for someone to steal their stuff and not give them credit. So anyway, here is a Raphael. And I thought this was Robin. I didn't know this was a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Batman crossover. But he has a Sai, and then he has a Claw. So who is he actually a mix of? There's a lot of news, so I did a lot less work than normal. Clint says, as an old school Origins fan, I love the Snake Man layer. I know some people like it. Others complained. I know. Shocker, right? So, here is this Raphael. He has an armored leg. I don't know. I just truly is the first time that I've seen this. So, but who's? I mean, so who is he supposed to be? Oh, is that like a Fang? What the hell is a crossover? I guess I could read it. It's 38 pictures. So, and then we have a. Is this the one that kept falling over? You guys were complaining about on Oz's stream. Okay, so Oz says it's just Raphael in snake armor. I always thought Snake Man snake armor was supposed to be for bad guys. But hey, what do I know? And then I don't know. Titan says, is Raphael missing a toe? Do they only have 2 toes? I'm not sure. And Graph, yeah. That's crossover Ralph with snake armor He-Man. And Oz says, yes is the one that fell over. Sounds like someone needs to learn how to stand their figures. What exactly is he a crossover of? Because it is very unique looking. I will give him that. Shredder. I gotta say, like, this little tail that came with Lady Slither, this is something that I have a feeling they are going to reuse to death. The same way Joe does a lot of their stuff when they start reusing stuff, and it's like they just can't stop. But very interesting to see Shredder as a snake. It's only a matter of time before someone starts using this to make that awful Cobra Globulus. And I don't know what buck you would use to make that, but I have a feeling. I can't believe that we haven't seen it yet. And here we have Clamp Champ, everyone's favorite figure. Now, if your Clamp Champ falls over, because of the big clamp, I'll give you a break, okay? Because that thing is the one that's hard to stand up for sure. But yeah, PNC says I wasn't going to get these. So far, I have all of them. Good job. You're saying a gung ho buck for, I'm assuming for Globulus with that. I could see that. Bare chested, but you just got to get the face. That weird. I mean, you'd have to kind of, I would assume, create something over the eye and everything. But yeah. Matthew says Zartan top repainted with head milliput. That snake bottom, I think that works. Yeah, I think you can make it work for sure. If you want. I mean, they're going to give us Globulus, so. Here is Mechanic, which just looks weird. But hey, there it is if you want it. He has does he have fan nipples? It looks like he's got some fan nipples. So hey, you know what? You need to keep them cool to keep them hard, I'm guessing, right? Go all in. I want a Burgess Meredith head for Globulus. Are there any Burgess Meredith? Figures? Here we have King Hiss, I'm assuming, right? Which is supposed to be whatever this thing is. A foot soldier. That's the name of it. Again, I'm not a turtle guy. I'm only going over this because it's Motu. And then we have Donatello. Again, I think these are cool for anyone that likes it, but man, do I not know anything about turtles. Leonardo. And then we have Michelangelo. I got him all right, I think. And then what the hell is this guy? Whoa, what the hell is this? Anyone? Anyone? Um, oh, shit. Yeah, shit. Yeah, but doesn't he have a hat on him? Or does he have an actual... Can you take the hat off him? Because he does wear a hat throughout the whole thing, right? Um, I don't know if it was. I don't know if he was in the Clash of the Titans line. All right. This looks like it's a Masterverse with Roboto, and I have to say, I think this looks really good. This is the first time I'm seeing it too. Um, I think Roboto is pretty corny. I do love Masters of the Universe that they are this. That they're like this sword and sorcerer, sword and sorcery, but then they have their laser weapons and their planes and their mechanical stuff, which I think is actually some cool technology. So I think it's pretty cool what they do there. But I gotta say, looking at all the stuff that he comes with and the detail on it, I think Masterverse. I know he gets a bad rap, but I think they do a really good job. I know people have talked about that they don't have the same articulation as Joe's and some of the other 6-inch figures, but it is also a different price point, and he comes with all the same classic weapons or classic hands, shall I say? And yeah, let's see. He was a sort of GI Joe, but I don't think I got. Okay, he must be talking to someone else. I hit the wrong one. Matthew said that Roboto is a good looking. Crestio Crow says best Roboto to date, no doubt. I agree. I think it does look pretty damn good. And I love the fact that you can see the gears. Now there's some pretty big gears that are going around in there, and at least you can see when a cog breaks. And the fact that he's got eyes, at least what I believe perceived to be his eyes. So, yeah, everyone. Johnny asks, "Is that Mr. Roboto?" I don't think so. Emerald Knight said that's a good looking Roboto. See, like this is something I could see this guy Emerald Knight doing some amazing photos with. And then we have a fistle with a big hammer. Dude, you already get a big hammer for your hand. What the hell do you need a giant hammer for? Different look, but hey, again, doesn't look bad. He still has the big fists, so Thanos copter, you know what to do. And ooh, he's got some knuckle dusters, so oof, that's gonna hurt someone. I'm just gonna say that. Whoever Thanos copter gets with this guy, oof, that poor guy's gonna be hurting. So I like this head sculpt. That is a good head sculpt right there. I'm glad he has a punching fist. Like, what's he gonna do? Like, he's got the big giant fist. You're ever gonna punch someone with this hand? What the hell is this? Anyone? Motu guys? What is this? Because this looks... I know nothing for this. Brick says, I'd kill for Masterverse. I have classified level articulation and head sculpt quality. Still enjoy the line so much, though. I think they make... I mean, again, I understand what some people are saying, but I still think of it as more cartoonish than G.I. Joe is. We got War Chest full of toys jumping in. War Chest is here. I like to speak in the third person sometimes. Frank Dumanu is here. And then, who is this here? Malaculips gone. Did I get that? Beta Ray Skeletor. Oh, you know what? Yeah, it does look like Beta Ray Bill, doesn't it? Cool looking. I mean, this really looks like something that could fit in Mythic Legions. If you gave it better paint, you could hide this. I mean, you could hide some of the detail that doesn't seem to be as good. If you're good with paint apps, making your own paint and everything, not making your own paint, but paint and stuff, this could fit in with your Mythic Legions, in my opinion. And someone may tell me I'm wrong. So, but that face sculpt is pretty damn good. That's D. Snyder mixed with a pterodactyl. Oh, man. There's his weapons. Clearly some sort of Skeletor. Then we have Evil Lyn, who... she's still pretty hot there. Do they have another Evil Lyn or just the big giant, just the big Evil Lyn one? Wow. Beastman. It's like the third Beastman, isn't it? Or is this something... I mean, this is all Masterverse, right? Oh. Man. That is a bad face sculpt. Aaron agree. I'd do her too. Yes. That silence of the beast, man. Oh, oops. Oh, okay. Well, that went away. That is pretty nasty. All right. Oz says that's New Eternia Evil Lyn. They did her Revelations outfit before. For some odd reason, the only one that I can think of is the big scary, not scary, the sorceress Evil Lyn that they did. All right. Quickly, we can look at these here. I know Master Universe, I can see my numbers dropping. People are going, get to McFarlane, get to McFarlane. I think we've looked at all these things. So we have Man-at-Arms in his... I'm sorry, he's not Man-at-Arms anymore. He's Man-O-War. But these went up for pre-order? Yeah, because I remember discussing this, and I said she was hot. I'm not going through 74 pictures. Is there anything new in here? We got Merman. Hey, where's Merman at? You can tell me that he's Merman. And there is Ted Darkclaw. Hello, friends listening in the background. And we have Lunchbox Killer 805. I love the Ratler, but them patches. Yeah, I don't think there's ever going to be a shortage of the patches. Let's be honest. That's going to be one of those things that's going to live on forever. And hopefully they learn their lesson. Or they just smash through the goals and they go, hey, you know what? It doesn't matter. These people are going to buy it. And I'm one of them. But I do think we talked about this. But these were all the pre-orders. Yeah, we already discussed all this. I'm not going to sit here. Like I said, they didn't do any slides. Way too much stuff. But let's get to Snake Layer. And I know on Oz's, there was a lot of chat about this. All right? So this is going to be a crowdfund on Mattel Creations. And let's see here. The dimensions are 34 inches wide, 27 inches deep, and 31 inches in height. So it's a fairly large playset. I did see it next to, I think there's a picture of it next to Eternia, and you can tell that it's like around the exact same size. Oops. Gonna get this one here. Maloculips gone. I'd be way more disappointed with the patches if I didn't actually like the design of a couple of them enough that at least one is going on my camera bag. Okay, so camera bag, yeah. You know, and again, we will discuss it later on. If you're tuning in to be like, hey, when we get to the Haslab, it'll be towards the end. If it was a cosplay, man, I fully understand. But this thing is not a cosplay. So it's, you know, in my opinion, it's very disappointing. All right, so the crowdfund will officially start on August 12th. All right, it's going to be on Mattel Creations. That's where you can back it. Now, this is one thing I do not like. Well, we'll get to it. Are there any improvements to the packaging? This year, we are planning for a stronger structure. More info to come. Is the vehicle included in the set? Absolutely. This will be the first time we will be able to get a rattle trap in toy form. It will come with the base level playset. Will my credit card get charged? Okay, so this, if you're going to back this is what you have to remember here. You won't be charged unless the campaign reaches the minimum goal of 6,000 backers by September 8th. Only when the campaign succeeds will your payment will be processed. If it doesn't succeed, your pre-order will be canceled and the pending charge will disappear. So you guys have to understand, and most of you probably do, once this hits 6,000, if it does, that is when they charge you. So with the Haslab, they charge you when it ends. That's how most Kickstarters are. All right? Most Kickstarters, they charge you at the end of it. So you don't have to worry about being charged till then. So you can cancel without being charged at any time. Super 7 charges you right then, and then it doesn't fund, and then they have to give you your money back, which I think that is super lame. This, just know that, hey, if you think that you can wait it out till the backing ends, you get charged the moment it hits. So just be careful with that. What is the price for this playset? This is an early sneak product, and pricing will be shared Monday, August 5th. So I don't know why they can't tell you ahead of time. And they already know what it's going to be. What does the offering include? 6,000 backers are needed to successfully fund the Snake Layer playset. Early backer bonus. If it's funded in the first 2 weeks, that's a long time in GI Joe world. Lady Skeletal Slither will be included for all backers, and stay tuned because we'll have more fun surprises coming. Are there any motorized features? No. There are no electronics in the playset. How does the campaign work? If the crowdfund reaches 6,000 pre-orders before September 8th, the playset will go into production and will be shipped in fall 2025. If the goal isn't met by the end date, the project will be canceled and money will be refunded. So it's kind of weird because they said you don't get charged until it funds, but then they're saying that it'll be refunded. I think that's just to cover their ass. Where do you ship to? Please check the Mattel Creations. So you gotta go check for that. How can I stay up to date on crowdfund? And what is the estimated shipping date? Fall of 2025. So here it is next to the Eternia. If you have Snake Mountain and you have Castle Grayskull and you have Eternia, well, you pretty much have to have this, right? But as you can see, it takes up almost as much space as Eternia. Now, the fact that there's no electronics, it is smaller. I would assume that it is going to be cheaper than Eternia. It's not as tall, but it's not 3 different units. So you actually have more play features, I would assume, in the back because of the length of it. I'm just kind of reading through some of these comments here. When will we get Once a Man? That's the big question. From what I understand, next Monday is when it is supposed to go up. All right, so here's the back of it. Again, a lot of play features. It looks like what we might have here is a jail cell. Here's where you have your dead Lady Slither. You have your vehicle that sits right up here. So a lot of good features. Again, if you're into Motu, if you have Castle Grayskull, Snake Mountain, especially if you have all 3 of them, I think this is something you must have. So, Liquid Identity says, can't even hang Snake Mountain from the ceiling. Advantage Ratler. Yeah. So here's just a better idea of how big it is compared to all the figures. And I know Oz had a huge issue with the figure over here being eaten. And his issue is that this is actually the pilot's seat for this vehicle. So technically he's not eating anything. He's basically getting in it to take over the vehicle. But there it is. I don't think there's too much more to discuss on that. I think we can take a quick look at some of the pictures. You can kind of see this little kid in the back, see how big it is. But SDCC, here's your I like Princess Leia and Queen Amidala. Oh no, that's Rey. Sorry, Queen Amidala. I didn't mean to insult you. That's Rey, I believe. But again, Mattel puts in a lot of good work. I gotta say that their play sets that they're doing look really nice. The middle snake looks like an otter. That one? It looks like an otter to me. Anyway, so this was the display. It looks pretty cool. Again, we've seen these displays. Poor Cobra Khan, he just, I guess, fell over, even with a stand that they were trying to use. I don't have a problem standing my mode too. I don't know why these guys do, other than having thousands of people bump into it all the time. So, hey, look. Hey guys, the Boss Man here. Why are we fighting all these guys? Why don't we go to Hella Drop Toys and we can buy some figures? That was for Tony, if he's still listening, because I know he loves my Moss Man. Well, not my Moss Man. Moss Man's voice. All right. This guy looks like he's having fun in this shooting. I ain't gonna lie. All right. There's 86 pictures. I'm not going through all 86 here. We already looked at a bunch of these. So here's this thing. I can fully see why this thing would fall over. Like, especially the way they have it angled. So that's an open mouth and a ghost coming out. You know what? I ain't buying it. All right. And then let's take a look at what are these things here? What the hell is this thing? Man, I don't know this stuff. 4 pictures down, 82 to go. Woo! Where are you at? Where I jumped to the end. And the Briscoe has jumped in here. And there's Tony. Oh no. All right. Here's this guy. Ray says that's a Skeletor original concept. This thing is? I know this head is, right? But I didn't know this was. Demon Man, Oz says. I'm sorry, Demo Man. And then we have this Ram Man. And I know I heard I can't think of his name. The guy that thinks he's the real Lawrence, but he can't even get a phone that can last the whole time. Bud, saying he likes this. Me personally, I don't like the way this looks. It looks very, 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 and I know it's cartoon, but it does look very like kiddish, kid-ish, kid toyish. But hey, if you like it, you go out and you buy it and you have fun. Look at those eyebrows. A lot of girls are proud of those eyebrows. All right. So that is our Motu talk. 40 people still here. Hit that like button, please. we're done with Motu. So call all your friends, text all your friends, say, hey, you know what? Come on back. He's done talking about Motu. We can move on to something a little bit more exciting, like McFarlane. You know what's odd? Like, I can type in all these things to look for stuff like McFarlane and Motu. If I type in GI Joe, it gives me stuff from like a year ago. Like, I know they're covering GI Joe. I mean, it is the hottest brand going right now. So, all right. So let's get to McFarlane here. What's he got here? And we have some sort of Spawn. Go figure, right? Yeah, 68 pictures, guys. We'll try not to take too much time. I gotta say, when he does his statues, they do look really good. I know some people have not been happy, but if you like statues and for a smaller or a lower price than what a lot of people, again, I think that they're pretty good. But there you go. If you need a Spawn, what the hell is this? Is that Scissors Spawn? I don't know that. That's a giant Spawn, right? That's like a life-size Spawn, it looks like. How I can't figure out like the size of these. They should give like little captions right here. That'd be really cool for me. All right. How is this painted? Because man, that looks awful. So that is Rat City, the Deviant action figure. All right. Is this another medieval Spawn? It looks like a Kickstarter starting in August. That looks pretty decent. Pretty decent. That's like not really good. Manga Spawn. Iron Spawn. Warsha says that Spawn looks like it was designed by Action Force. Is it toe articulation there? Actually, I think this like design looks pretty good. Oh, look at that. Oh, those are some sweet ass faces. I'm not gonna lie about that. Really gives us some Necronomicon, the Book of the Dead vibe there. So, Dr. Malaclip says, pretty decent. Something like 7 out of 10, maybe. That would be C-. You're absolutely correct. All right. Come on. Does he come with all this stuff? It's not like McFarlane to give that many accessories. All right, man. People take pictures of every single angle. I ain't got that much time. I mean, technically, I do. All right. So here is Berserker. I don't know what Berserker is. Does anyone know what Berserker is? I'm sure someone has got to tell me. And here we have Bricks, the Iron Geek. The other Spawn is from a future called Rat City. Okay. Thank you very much. Like, I'm not even going to try and act like I know all this stuff, so I do appreciate the help. I even appreciate the guys that aren't helpful that will derail me. Anyway, I know nothing about this. It does look pretty damn cool, though. I mean, when he wants to make a good figure, this guy can make a good figure. But sometimes it seems like he just doesn't give two shits. And I think that's what drives people absolutely mad. I mean, even when you look at G.I. Joe's Falcon and that awful face sculpt, the rest of the book actually looks pretty good. And you can tell that they weren't trying to make a shit figure. Sometimes I swear he tries to make really, really bad stuff. Matthew Matson says 12 issues were kickstarted, then big 3 issued published after. They're good also. Okay, I don't know. Berserker is a badass one shot. Just came out. I'll pick this up. Yeah, I think this looks good. No pupils. I'm assuming he's not supposed to have pupils. And this is honestly the first time that I'm seeing him. But yeah, he does come with the gun. Again, no guns is not a McFarlane thing. That is the DC thing, and it kind of sucks. Hyperdelic has shown up. McFarlane needs to go to a 6-inch fig so I can have Spidey face down Batman. You can do that. You just have to spend a little bit more money, and I don't know, maybe get a Mezco. Oh, there's other Batman, right? I think Mofex does it. They're just going to pay a little bit more. Those bulletproof pens he's wearing. Possibly. But yeah, it is a cool looking figure. But hey, when Brick said, I wish that, I wish, Masterverse had the same head sculpt that Classified did. Well, as far away as Masterverse is to Hasbro, McFarlane is that far away from Masterverse, in my opinion. I mean, look at this. It doesn't have depth to it. It's painted over. And not everything, because obviously the side of him is destroyed, but like the markings through his face, that has no depth. When you look at Nagahide from like GI Joe, they scarred it up. They just didn't make a scar. They made it where it is. It's actually embroidered, it's protruding up. That's where McFarlane, I think, really misses a lot. But all in all, I mean, I think this figure does look good. I have know nothing about him. Now here, there's some depth, but the front of the face and the forehead is where I think the blood here actually looks really good. And let's say hi to a Legend Series. Yo, what's up, fellow nerds? How's it going? Good. Glad you're able to jump in after your show. I absolutely love that. My daughter and I were watching the deer in the back. Got these deer living back there, so we're trying to get them as close to us as possible, feeding them carrots. So I was not able to jump on and say hi to you guys and listen to you guys. So thank you for jumping in, Tony. So many Tonys in this community. And then Kenzo's Creation jumps in. Hey, everyone. Hope you had a great weekend. I hope everyone did too. All right. Some more statues from Spawn. That one actually looks really good. Now, a small statue like this of Spawn, I think, is absolutely awesome. The beginning. So only 900. Let's see. So I did find it kind of funny when you look at some of these. I mean, people have complaints about this. And I think we might have discussed this already. So you have this Deadpool, where I know some people aren't too fond of. The Wolverine. Now, I know a lot of people had issues with it. It's obviously supposed to be the cover. But you do see the texture on his suit. It's not on his arms and everything. So that's actually supposed to be the texture of the suit. This really comes off as comic form. But it's still, again, in my opinion, there's still a lot to be desired. But the Spider-Man, you knew the Spider-Man was going to be absolutely as perfect as possible. Because he drew this. So you knew this was perfect. I don't remember if I actually talked about this last week. Captain America, same thing. It looks good, but doesn't stand out. Spider-Man just totally stands out. So, and let's look and see here. So the SDCC 2024 McFarlane DC Multiverse and Spawn panel images. I have not looked at any of these, but here is a new Red Hood with bike. So this is a new version of Red Hood. Unfortunately, I think someone else had mentioned it before. Like, why can't they turn the lights out in the hall so people can see the projectors a little bit better? Hasbro's is awful when they do this stuff. But so you can get Red Hood with the bike. I believe we've already seen this buck. Of course, no guns as always. Military Spawn. I'm sorry, Call of Duty Spawn. So military Spawn, which I actually think is actually pretty cool. Don't care about shirts, but hey, Tony, this is a superpower shirt for you. Let's see if anyone said anything here. 6-inch animated Batman series Batwing. Look for my I was wrong video soon on 118 or 112 scale vehicles because it's coming probably this week. So here you have the Batman animated series build a figure wave where you get another Batman, a Batgirl, a Joker, a Two-Face, and Hercules. That's Zeus or something. I don't know. Who is this guy? It says something Zeus. I don't remember him in the animated series. So this is what Tony was trying to talk to me about, and I hadn't seen it before. So I do like the fact that they're giving you a Green Lantern with multiple heads. Now, that is just an easy way to get you to buy 4 of them. I have absolutely no problem with it. It saves him money, and maybe you only like one of those figures. You only have to buy one. Viper Scout says Maximilian Zeus. I don't remember that guy at all. But Viper Scout says he's insane. So, Lone Dragon says Maxi Zeus. So that makes sense. Is that Santa Joker? It is Santa Joker, which I do remember that one. But here we have the Dark Knight Batman. But I don't think he wore like blue like this. So I didn't read the comic. And then you have the Green Lantern, and then I can't think of her name. Someone will tell me, I'm sure. But I like the idea for the Green Lantern, so you can have multiple ones, maybe you only want 2 or whatever. This is one of the worst Bat cars ever. So if you need a Batmobile and this is your jam, then you go get it. But this thing will be not coming in my house. I don't think you're wrong. Oh, okay. See, this is what happens when you guys got conversations going. I think it's someone's trying to talk about something, but Derek Holliman says, smart for that Green Lantern that Zeus guy was in one episode of the animated series. I watched the animated series. That's why he's not even ringing a bell. You know when you're like, oh God, I remember, but I don't remember the episode? Nothing. Yes, not my jam. For sure, not my jam. All right. Wow. Are you serious? Like, build a figure waves. So he's giving you all the Batman I'm sorry, the Michael Keaton Batman is the only one that's even worth getting. This first one right here. God, those other ones are awful. And he just did them too. So, or at least he did I think he did the Michael Keaton, and then he did, I think, the George Clooney one, right? So, either way. Joker from the movie, which is a good movie, but I don't know. I have my criticisms of it. I will say that Deadpool is better than it. Derek says, hate this Batmobile. Give me the damn West Batmobile in this scale. Yeah, the 66 Batmobile is so much better. That thing is just awful. I mean, they took the idea of Keaton's Batmobile, the 89 Batmobile, and they're like, let's make it neon light up underneath. Makes no sense whatsoever, but hey. Your Clown says 3 Batman, and the Build-A-Figure is Batman. McFarlane's perfect wave. He has wet dreams over that. The same time, Toy says totally passed on this Joker. Now this is cool. Is it an actual set? But so if you remember this scene, there's something that specifically happens. But DC is not going to allow you to have any guns. So we've already seen this one, I believe, right? Yeah, because it has the Build-A-Bat. Here we have the Question, Shining Knight, and I don't know what the effigy is, but it's there if you want it. And that's it. Oh man, I love when there are only 12 slides. Or 12. I don't know what the hell this was. The SDCC. So I don't know what Batmobile this actually is. And this is not them. So what Batmobile is this from? Because I don't recall it at all. That's the White Knight Batmobile Punk. Okay. I think you're being honest. All right. Oh, no. So Derek confirms Batman the White Knight. I know nothing about it. I'm not even going to try and act like I do. I think the tumblers are a really good one. It'd be nice if they shipped it. I don't know why I want another vehicle right now. I don't really need one, as I'm waiting for the Stinger to ship eventually. So, all right. So that is our McFarlane stuff. And let's go take a look at a little bit of Star Wars. So I don't know. Is there anything that you guys are waiting for from McFarlane? I know there's a whole world out there, and there's a whole world out there, but I can't be part of the whole world. And I have no notes. All right, so let's go ahead and take a look at some of these pre-orders. I know people absolutely love their Star Wars. All right. Whew, man. So, people do love their Star Wars. And it looks like we're getting a bunch of different characters here. Some of them look good, some don't. I actually think the Ahsoka looks, it looks like Rosario Dawson looks pretty good. The Jedi from whatever that last series was, she actually looks pretty good. I actually didn't mind her robes. I didn't mind their look, but not a huge fan of that show. The Acolyte, that's it. I assume there was pictures. Here we go. Pictures. All right. So here's from the vintage collection. A little bit of white Ahsoka. Are there people actually collecting here? I guess I should say. Are there actual people here what paying attention to the vintage? And Rocco the Great to smash that like. Thank you very much. We were just discussing you, and I said, hey, if I remember correctly, when you were on Hella Dope Toys, you're one of the straight edge guys. If I remember correctly. I don't remember much these days. Even though I'm straight edge. All right. I'm just teasing about the whole world out there. I know you can only know so much, just wondering why you show it. Because I put myself out there. That's why. I put myself out there. That's all that I can say. Anyway. This, I know that there's, man, I feel like some of the Disney stuff that we see out there, I just, there are aspects of a lot of them that I like, but then the aspects are just so bad, and other parts of it. Ahsoka, I thought, was an okay series. I don't care what anyone says. The acting was absolutely awful, other than the one guy that died. Sadly, you can see how much Rosario Dawson does not have athletic ability. So there's 121 pictures here, and a lot of them are going to be duplicates, I'm sure, like this. So, but this is a good-looking figure, all right? White blades. I mean, everything looks good. So if you're into vintage, you can go pick it up. Quickly, I wanted to see, did Rocco say something else about, I totally have not been paying attention to the chat, so I definitely do apologize. Anyway. I gotta say, I still love, I love this card art and just the way they do it. This really does give you that feel of the 80s. Even though the figures are completely different, it's a different time. Again, they do it right, which is unfortunately something that the GI Joe team doesn't do with the white border. They give you some crap about how, like, hey, you know what? There's going to be some special things and maybe Haslab editions. No, just give the white border to all of your retro carded figures. People want to see it. I don't know why you just don't do it. So I need a Clone Wars Ahsoka, but that one can't be found for a decent price. Yeah, well, I really wish they would have. They should have kept this. They should have kept the actress that played that was the voice actress, because she actually fit Ahsoka perfect. I know they wanted a big name, but they really shouldn't have. Graf says, in defense of Obi-Wan, Ahsoka, and Acolyte, just about all Star Wars has almost all Star Wars media has horrible acting. I don't know about that. I thought the Acolyte and Ahsoka. This is for. I mean, this is for Pop Blender's channel and show. I feel that most of these people that do Star Wars now, it's just a paycheck to them. Very few of them seem like they even give two shits. I think Ewan McGregor does because he took Obi-Wan and made it his own. But man, like Ahsoka's acting was just awful. I mean, it's that whole series. The acting was awful. Acolyte was just again, there are aspects of the story that I liked, but the acting was just bad. And I think that a lot of people look at it as a paycheck. Anyway, here is a Mando for you, riding around on a land piranha. I mean, who doesn't want a piranha on the land, right? Because they're not scary enough in water. Jay Solo Art says the best Ahsoka was from the Rebels when she faced Vader. I just know the live action one was not the best one. That's all I know. This creature is pretty cool. And I guess because it's not real, you could buy this and fit it in with a 6-inch figure or 7-inch scale figure. Because it's not real. It's not anyone's canon. You can use your head canon and create it yourself. So, I can only look at so many pictures of Mandalorian. This is why I can't do slides for all the stuff that's being shown. All right. So I mentioned the art. I love this. I love this box work. This reminds me of the small little vehicles that Star Wars had. So good. Everything that they do here, the presentation takes you back to the 80s. And again, I'm not a guy that's completely nostalgic. Everything has to be nostalgia, but this is awesome. I just really love it. Johnny Reno says, I might get that set. Yes, Johnny loves his Mandalorian figures and his Boba Fett figures. All right. Then will you be picking up this one? So here is the Cobweb Boba Fett with his Space 6-shooter. He was one of the highlights of the show. I'm not going to lie. He's one of the highlights of the show. I think he's... Timothy Olyphant is such a marvelous actor in everything that he does. I can watch him in almost anything. So let's... And here is... I think we already saw these figures. This guy was just awful. I don't know. He looks like Elon Musk in blue face. Or maybe it was Elon Musk. Who knows? All right. Harrison Ford gives... I don't know if you're talking to me. Harrison Ford gives two shits. I don't know. I know he didn't like being in Star Wars, but the guy could act. What do we have? A dancing stormtrooper. Is this guy dancing or what? No wonder why they miss when they're shooting. Like they'd be like dancing while they're shooting. Actually, this one looks pretty good. So, and then this thing came out. Now this thing is really cool. The Armory. And again, this is something if you collect O-ring Joes or just any 1/18 Joe, like you can easily work this into your display. It could be something that Cobra is making, even having the helmets there. It could be some new, Crimson Guard or some elite helmet that they're making. So, but the detail in this, the idea of it, this is what people say they love about 1/18 scale. And we're definitely getting it in 1/12 scale, whether people like it or not. So, what else do we got here? Oh, just the box art. All right. I didn't realize there were so many Star Wars pictures. All right. I've got like 500 Star Wars pictures. Man, oh man. So here's all the figures. As you can see, I think they look actually pretty good. I don't know what you guys think, but I've seen enough Star Wars. Here's Baby Yoda. Everyone loves Baby Yoda. People tired of Baby Yoda yet? Why's he got a goatee? He doesn't have a goatee right here, doesn't he? What the hell is that? Oh, is that the... I think that's the number on it so someone doesn't take it because of pre-production. All right. Man. We'll quickly take a look at this thing here. Where is it at? So we have this girl. We already mentioned what's her name. Jedi Master Vern. We'll go with Vern. Vern's good. I really like having slides, guys. It does make everything a lot easier. So this guy comes with, what, 3 little guys? Mainline release. So this is actually pretty cool. I like this idea because this is definitely world building for everyone. But yeah. And it is Black Series. I know people love their Black Series. All right. Oops, that was the wrong one to remove. All right. AI babysitter coming top Costco soon. Know what I mean, Vern? Jedi Master nepotism. Is she related to someone? I really don't know. Who is she related to, Matthew? Okay. Cresswell Crow says, and now IG-88 is worth nothing to his original lore and purpose. I mean, I guess. I'm not really sure why you say that. J-Max says, Ollie's Discount Center is going to be packed. Oh, she's the wife of the showrunner. Okay, well, hey, nepotism is nothing new. I actually like that character. To be 100% honest, I actually like that character. I thought she was actually one of the bright spots of the of that series, believe it or not. So, all right. So quickly, let's go to Marvel Legends. What do I got here? Marvel Legends has been absolutely kicking ass. I want to say that. I don't know if I mentioned it last week. They have been absolutely kicking ass with the stuff. And I truly do believe that, Hasbro is a $1 billion company, but they have $1 million divisions. And that's what GI Joe is. But there's no way that they're not looking at what their counterparts with the GI Joe is doing and seeing how well they're doing, the design that they're doing, and they didn't just kick it up a notch because, man, oh man, they were doing some shitty stuff. Like, they looked like they were mailing it in for quite some time. Kind of like when someone like when someone keeps on refreshing a car, they make slight little tweaks. That's what Marvel Legends was doing for quite some time. So we have this new Wolverine because we can't get enough Wolverines, right? I think that face sculpt looks pretty damn good. but it is another Wolverine. Here's these Sentinels. I know a lot of people are unhappy with the Sentinels, yet they sold out pretty quickly. They're Pulse exclusives. If you weren't paying attention, these are supposed to be based off of the video game. So that's why they're so small. It has nothing to do with them trying to, wedge something in there. They're specifically made for to be part of the video game. So it makes you wonder, are they going to do a whole video game series? I don't know if this Wolverine is supposed to be, but we'll find out. Derek Hollman says, I've ordered so much Legends this year, hardly any last year. Yeah, and again, I think they have been just kicking ass. So I'm looking for a good 6-inch Deadpool figure. What do you suggest? Personally, I think the ones that we'll show in a minute look really good. The ones based after the movie, I think, are really, really good. And then, I guess we have to start with this. And
here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money.
Woody 222 with my weekly donation to the fiasco of. I'm going to work on another one for you. I'm not going to lie. I haven't even thought about it. Completely forgot about it. As a matter of fact, I'm sitting here. I haven't done any more stickers to send out. I still got to buy stamps. So if I told you last week I'll be sending stickers out, I will be. I just haven't done it. I'll have some time this upcoming week to get some. I like this. Dr. Malik. I don't even know if I'm saying it right. We're just going to get Doctor. I lost a lot of quarters to that 6-player arcade. Man. And Legend Series says Marvel Legends has been killing it this year. I agree, man. Liquid Identity says, Liquid Identity. Did Vala make these Sentinels for Breast Cancer Awareness Month? If you know that joke, you definitely know what that joke is. Anyway, this Wolverine is cool. Again, very Toy Biz-esque. I don't think the colors match anything, but maybe is it based on the video game? It almost feels like it's supposed to be based on the video game. The hair and everything looks really good, like the facial hair. So, is there a box? I don't see any box art for it. All you see in the back here, you can see that this is like a video game. It's more than 8-bit, closer to 16-bit artwork in the back here. So, either way, pretty cool. If that's what you like. So you asked about a Deadpool, and well, there aren't pictures there, but we'll get to it. All right, so we have, oh my God, we're not going to 237 pictures. Don't worry. Holy shit. I was not expecting that. Looks like old Secret Wars paint. All right. And Baldy Locks has joined. John Byrne Run Baby. Supposedly it's X-Men 97 Season 2. All right. All right. Oh, you know what? We discussed this somewhere. We discussed this elsewhere. But I think there's other pictures. I don't need to go through every single one of these. All right. So you're asking about a good Deadpool. I think this is a really good Deadpool. To be 100% honest. Because I know a lot of people kind of looked at the SH Figure Arts they dropped theirs, and then this thing dropped, and people went, yeah, I'm not going to be spending that money on that SH Figure Arts Wolverine and Deadpool. But if you like the movie, I think this is a really good one. The other one is, there's another Marvel Legends one that's more, I think, comic book accurate, if that's what you're looking for. But if you like the movie, I think this one would suffice really well. I mean, he's more like a 7 out of 10, according to some people, a C-. And then just get some gold guns for him. Gridiron has a set of gold Desert Eagles. That would be perfect for him. If you know, you know. So, there you go. Now, I do hope that, I mean, the articulation looks pretty good on this. And I wonder how well the butterfly joints actually work, because, you know, you definitely want to be able to hold a sword together. It is a huge issue that I have with, you know, Joe's. Very few of their butterfly joints work really good. J-Max says, just good articulation so you can get them into superhero poses. Well, that's a great question. Looking at this, I would say it fits that, but so Matthew says the articulation is awesome and the butterfly is great. So, are you talking about something else, or are you talking about this? But there you go. That's Deadpool. It went up for pre-order. Sold out on Pulse really quickly. Now, if you haven't seen the movie and you're worried about something being spoiled, you're not going to be able to not see these, but now's the time to turn this off for a few minutes. Now, it took me a second. I know I had asked Matthew, hey, was this in it? Because I didn't remember him wearing this. But in all honesty, at the point of the movie, him wearing this wasn't really a big deal. Like, you didn't really notice. It's what happens afterwards. So, but his claws, I do think this is a pretty good face sculpt of Hugh Jackman. And there is the kind of spoiler for Headpool. This movie is crazy. That's all I'm going to say. This movie is absolutely insane. All right. So there you have Headpool with Logan. And then we get comic accurate Hugh Jackman. And I do think this looks pretty good. When you really look at this figure, he does not have the big, bulky look that Wolverine does. As big as Hugh Jackman is, he's not a big, bulky guy. He is a tall, muscular, but slender guy. And I really think the aesthetics, at least in this picture, really capture exactly how Hugh Jackman looks as Wolverine. Where if you looked at the movie, if you looked at the comic, like those, those figures, they're big and bulky. So, and this face sculpt looks decent. I thought it looked better at first, but the more I look at it, the more I'm like, it kind of gives me a McFarlane Batman face sculpt. They sold out on Pulse, but you can still get them at BBTS or Entertainment Earth. My links are probably still good. So if you went to like the my community tab, I have them all in there for Amazon, Entertainment Earth, and Hella Dope Toys probably has them. Also, if you're here, you haven't yet, please hit that subscribe button and hit that like button. It goes a long way, as we mentioned before. But this is something people have waited 20 years to see. It's not, it's not spoiling anything. He wears the suit. Unless if you're not watching TV and seeing absolutely no previews, he wears the suit, okay? Oh, no, he's jacked. He's just not, like, wide jacked. Wolverine is 5'4", like 200 pounds, right? 220 pounds. He's huge. He's built like Lee Priest. If you know who Lee Priest is, that guy is wide. Arnold Schwarzenegger was wide. Ronnie Coleman was wide. Like these guys, these bodybuilders are wide, and that's how a lot of these figures, that's how Wolverine is made. Hugh Jackman is jacked, but he is not wide. Yes, they are. Ellison, yes, they are. They're very impressive. And it is made known. Yeah, I love Wolverine. And a lot of it has to do with I'm almost the exact same size, same height. At one time was, I think, the same weight. I think he's supposed to be 200 pounds. There was a time I had abs. I still have abs. They're just hidden. All right. But all in all, I do think that these figures look really good. All right. So we can back off of this. And quickly, we'll go through everything that did come out for pre-order. Let's say hi to Shark Guys, Hey Punk, and the rest of the YouTuber goobers. I thought about you in the bar scene. I found that really funny, but I also was bothered by it. Because short people don't just shrink, all right? Like the bar scene was funny, all right? It was funny, but that movie's comical, so I'm okay with it. All right, so here we have a giant dog with a big fork stuck in its forehead. Roman does not have a big giant fork in his forehead, which I'm glad for. But we talked about this on Oz's. It doesn't have articulating joints. The paws, at least the front paws, articulate. The legs are interchangeable, so it's able to make him sit down. And I actually said this when we were talking about it on Oz's stream, that I like the idea of taking the legs off and they're already in a sitting position. As awesome as the Timber and Junkyard are for classified, it isn't easy to always get them in a seating position. To be able to pop off some legs and throw them on the same way Mesco does their 5 POA figures would make things a lot easier. With that said, if you said, hey, you know what, you could either standard legs on your, Junkyard or Timber that don't move at the knees, and then you also get seated ones, or you get what you have now, I would take what we have now. Yeah, I'm not either. I just think this looks good. I just really do think this looks good. What would have been really cool if they would have made it that you could remove this, and you actually can because he does have 2 different ones. But if there was a way to hide, to hide where the hole would be, but they give him the good boy, the good boy face, then obviously his angry face, seated, sitting legs. So I do like the idea. I think it's actually pretty good. And here's the female that comes with it. I'm sorry, I don't remember her name. very Charlie Brown looking outfit. A boring figure, but I think it looks good, if that makes any sense. Again, it's just, and the hair looks really good. Definitely something that you could see on, let's say, a Cobra Trooper. So this is something you could definitely decide that, hey, you know what? I'm going to paint, that yellow blue, and she's going to be some sort of Cobra Trooper. I think that it would work awesome. Cressio Crow says, Crystal, thank you very much. So it's a good-looking figure, just kind of a boring figure. There's only so much I can say. Matthew Matson says Crystal is a terrible-looking figure. I don't know why. I don't know what you see. But yeah, I think it's a good-looking figure. But it is a boring-looking figure because she doesn't have very much. But the giant dog, as stupid as a giant dog would be, it could be really cool for Dr. Mindbender to be making a giant dog based after, Junkyard. It is an Amazon. They'll let us know when it goes up. As soon as I get a link, I will definitely put that up in the community tabs. So, Crystal and Lockjaw. Then we have this Quicksilver. I think this Quicksilver looks really good. I again, not a Marvel guy at the time. Not an Avenger guy. I was an X-Men guy. But this Quicksilver looks good. It looks like his head can actually tilt up to look forward, which is great because that's something that snipers with classified can't do. And again, with a lot of these superhero figures, they're boring figures. There's no plate carriers. Sometimes they have a belt. They may have a logo. But, they get away with just having a regular plain buck and they just do some paints over it. And, hey, boom, good to go. Everyone's happy. And I said it before, anytime that I ever try and get a figure on one knee and the hand on the ground, it doesn't fucking work. So hopefully that this one will have the articulation to do it. I guess I do. Like I said, I think I might have got that Ben Reilly Spider-Man to do it. But that has a lot of articulation. I might be able to do it with the Black Widow, the Target exclusive Black Widow. So, and Severe says, I like the Infinity Wars Quicksilver. They made a few years back. It didn't come with much accessory-wise, but he's a mutant, not military. Exactly, yeah. And again, I do understand that. And that's why, again, he comes with two hands. And you're paying the Disney tax. And that's unfortunate. But I am glad that the Joe guys were able to say, hey, I don't care. We're not paying a licensing fee. And these people, they need more. So they are giving us more. But this is a good-looking figure. It's Walmart exclusive. I haven't had any issues getting Walmart stuff. So then we have Wong. I never read the comic. I feel like I just did this with I feel like I've already talked to you guys about this, but I didn't. We talked about Oz's. I know Wong from the movies. So to me, I see this, and I would not have known this was Wong if they didn't tell us. But I think this is a really good-looking figure. This is something you could easily fit in your GI Joes. I think you fit this in a bunch of different types of 6-inch scales. So, and I did mention I love the magic hands. I like that they did it, that it's all part of the hand, rather than try and have a connection to the hand. Those never seem to work that well. I think Matthew agreed the same thing. Two Wongs don't make a right. That is absolutely wrong, because if you remember, two negatives make a positive. So that makes two wrongs do make a right. So we come to Doctor Strange. You get Wong and Bats. So that is the ghost dog. He gets a pretty damn good Jean-Claude Van Damme. I just keep looking at this green, and all I see is, what is it, Kick-Ass? But again, we'll look here. I just like the way they do the magic effects. I just think it's way better. Yeah, many of the strange figures have those hands. These hands are the ones I was talking about where they try and like plug in. No, two negatives make a positive is not the same as two wrongs make a right. Yeah. You say that, but you know, you also tell me ninjas aren't real, but I see them all the time. Oh, I see a whole bunch of them back here. All right. But I do like this Doctor Strange. I'm not going to be getting this. It's not something that is something I'm into. So those aren't new. Okay. I've never seen them before, but admittedly, I'm not a huge, Marvel Legends person. So I know the stupid little special effects that they give. Ninjas and the Amish aren't real. I know the Amish are because the kitchen table that I bought proved that the Amish are real because of how much it cost me. All right. I see this is wrong. You see disillusional people in pajamas thinking they are special. No, those people are special. The static cape is just bad. I agree. I wish if you were going to do a static cape like this, that it was made so the cape can be on the ground and holding him up in this position, right? Because to me, that would be awesome. And then we get, I guess, Bats, the no articulated ghost dog. Again, I know nothing about this, so God bless all you that do. But anyway, there's Wong, Doctor Strange, another Amazon exclusive, August 15th. So, and I know there's a lot of people that hate the fact that they box into characters, but this is how they try and sell and get certain figures out there. And it's also, I said it before, they're at the mercy of Disney. Marvel wants something, they're going to have to do it. The Punisher, and I forget what this guy's name is, but he has a creepy arm. Samir quickly says, Lawrence, for Good Iron orders, is there a support email they've got for order discrepancies? I know you order from them, and this is my first time, but I got 2 items in the ship, but quality is from so I believe on their website they have an email to contact them. Their email should be his wife. His wife is the one his wife is the one that handles it. So she'll get back with you right away. My buddy Greg, the one that I do a lot of he drops off a lot of the reviews. They sent him by accident the Cobra Medic set when he wanted the Doc Medic set. And he contacted him and said, hey, this is what you sent me. This is what I ordered. And they said, hey, next order, we'll take care of it. So they will take care of you. Johnny, where are you? Johnny Reno, tell him, put his email here for Severe so you know exactly where to contact Gridiron. Or you're probably sitting next to Mark. Tell Mark, hey, take care of this guy. All right, so anyway, Bushwhacker. That's his name. You posted it, but I thought of it before. All right, so I do like this set, and I think this fits in really good with GI Joe. Obviously, the Punisher I think both head sculpts are decent. I actually like the stupid headband one better than the screaming Duke face. I love the grenade. It actually is a nice size grenade that I don't feel like I'm going to lose. If you have retro Snake Eyes or Beachhead, the grenades are awesome. I'm sorry. The flashbangs are awesome, but they're small. I can't believe I haven't lost them yet. So I will say this: an Uzi in the other gun that he has, I think fits perfect with him. So this little junk says, "What up, fellas?" And Severe says, "But to clarify, their stuff is A1. I'm very happy with. Gridiron makes good product. I know there are some people on the internet that will bash them, that say they copy them, which I think is funny. All right. And if you know what I'm talking about, Bobby Vallis says, hey, he went on a run of copying us. Absolutely funny because that guy has copied everyone. There's so much GI Joe stuff and other things. So I think it's funny. The fact is, every company copies another company. How Gridiron is copying anyone, it makes no sense to me. He makes weapons. He 3D produces weapons. So, all right. Anyway, I'm not going to get on that one. All right. But anyway, here we go. I like this. I hope that the weapons that they are giving you in this are using the stiffer plastic, because this M4 that he has, I have with my Deadpool, and it is a piece of rubber, and that is being nice. It is a piece of fucking rubber. The design is nice. The look of it looks really good, but it is awful. All right. So this thing creeps me out. His hands and everything. In a fascinating way, it creeps me out. But what I do like about this is they give him 2 alternate hands. So you don't need these. He fits perfect as some sort of Cobra agent. And you can obviously use the Punisher in your GI Joe. So this is one that I can definitely see myself possibly ordering on the August 22nd. Again, it's a fan channel, Amazon, so it'll be Entertainment Earth, BBTS. Oh, we don't order from them. So I would assume that Hello Dope Toys would also get. Ladies love Bushwhacker. Checkpoint Bravo says, sorry, fellas, I didn't realize I was on my car channel. Okay. Just don't carry your battery. All right. Sabir, here it is. This is where you got to contact Gridiron. They'll take care of you. And if not, Johnny will call him personally and say, there's a guy called Sabir. Take care of him. The Sentinels, we already talked about. The big giant Deadpool, Venom pool, which I guess is in the comic. And it was a Build-A-Figure, but they made a few adjustments, I guess. But either way, it's there if you want it. Just know that it seems like some of these Build-A-Figures, they're going to be making for you. So if you don't get it, you may be lucky enough just to get it when it comes back around in a year or two. And then we already discussed all of these. Whew. All right, I'm going to take a quick break, 2 hours into it. So if you need to order any toys, let me just say something quickly. Before I play the commercial, I have been told personally, and this is thanks to all of you guys, that Hella Dope Toys, my code APWT, is the most used at their store. So thank you guys. It saves you guys 10%. They ship really fast. One business day if it's in stock. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave you right now for this commercial. I hope Tony's watching because Tony loves Mossman.
Oh, hey guys. So Lawrence, he had to step away for a little bit. He's got a case of the grumble duff. So he asked me to kind of watch over a stream. He put me in charge of y'all. He said to me, "Oh, Moss Man, I have a case of the grumble dust, and I need you to watch my cell for a little bit so nobody leaves and finds out that there's more interesting things to watch on YouTube. And also, I hate Ohio." So I was like, "Oh, dang, so now I have to come up with a topic for my very own show." And I was like, "Oh, what about talking about your favorite toy stores?" So my favorite toy store is HelloDopeToys.com. So they used to have this really bad website. It used to look real scammy. Like if I gave them money, they were going to go spend it on like blow and hookers. But now their website is really nice. And like I can just go in and do like 1-2 click. And then my order's placed. And they ship super fast, guys. They ship everything in 1 business day. So like I get all my toys first. So when I'm out there on the playground and all my friends are like, "Oh, dang, Moss Man, where'd you get that action figure? I still have to wait 17 months for mine." And I'm just like, "Well, I went to HelloDopeToys.com and I just pushed the buttons and then they shipped it out to me." And the packaging is so nice, guys. Like I opened up the box, I thought, "Oh, I don't deserve this. I don't deserve this kind of packaging. It's so nice." But then my trash can gets full because of all the packing stuff. And I was just like, "Oh, dang, I just changed the trash. But now I gotta change the trash again." Oh, you're right, Matthew Matson. You can use the code APWT at HelloDopeToys.com and save 10% on your order. So how that works is, so you're gonna save 10%, and then a Punk with Toys, he has to pay that 10% that y'all save. So if you don't like Lawrence, you can just go to HelloDopeToys.com and just buy a bunch of stuff and rack up his bill. So then like at the end of the month, they're like, Hello Dope Toys is like, "Oh, Lawrence, you owe us $1 million because of all the 10% codes that everybody used." And yeah, that's how that works. Okay, guys, so it looks like it's time for me to go now. So make sure you go to HelloDopeToys.com and like and subscribe, and then in the comments put what your favorite toy store is. But if it's not HelloDopeToys.com, I'm probably just going to delete it, okay? So, all right, guys, bye!
All right. Thank you for my sponsors, Hello Dope Toys, where if you use my code APWT, you will save 10% on your whole order. That includes pre-orders. For anyone that is wondering, it also includes those pre-orders. That is huge because I know on Entertainment Earth, you only save 10% on anything in stock. Hello Dope Toys is better than those guys. I'll just say it. All right. So we're going to talk a little NECA really quick because I think NECA actually dropped some pretty cool things here. So let's take a look here. Just kind of quickly reading over this stuff. All right, Ray, have a great night. Thank you for your donations of everything. Definitely appreciate it every single time you donate that stuff. Beckley says Gridiron is awesome and makes collecting even more fun. They really do, and they're good people. They really are. I mean, the interview that I had with him was absolutely awesome. So, all right. So, NECA decides they're going to do a Pee Wee Herman. Now, I hope that this looks better. I hope they fix this face sculpt. I hope this is a paint master like this. I mean, people have been talking about how they need this, but dude, this face looks awful. All right. I'd say it's just a picture, but there's nothing else that looks bad. So a UR Clown says, I hope they add the bike. Well, the way they do other things, like RoboCop and stuff, I can't see them not doing a bike later on. Yeah, Derek Holloman, yeah. I need this. The face needs work, though. Yeah, I think it's maybe just the paint. I mean, it looks like, I don't know, it just doesn't look right. So, it looks like it might have better articulation than a lot of their other things, because their articulation is not always good. All right. Some of their figures seem to be, again, Elf, I'll say it again, awesome. But they just come with the pterodactyl and a couple faces. But I mean, these faces, just, I don't know. It looks like he has bumps on his face and everything. And it's not the picture, because everything else looks fine. So they are really going to get their money out of this buck. Now, if this one isn't an exclusive, I will be picking it up because it has a skateboard, although I would not ride a skateboard like that ever. You have this TV, you have the Rubik's Cube, you have the video game system. I mean, honestly, like, you have the Zach Morris phone. Dude, these things are so awesome. I can't even... Dude, this is such a good action figure. So, I'm not going to say it, but I will put it up there. I won't say this either, but I will put it up there, guys. Yeah, so, and I gotta say, looking at this here, the wornness is something that anyone that's ever rode a skateboard, especially when we were younger and had like the cheap skateboards, this is exactly how it would wear. All right, so I think this is awesome. The video game system, I think, looks really good. Although, is it a? I mean, it says NECA. What video game system is this? It's not how Atari. Was it the Atari? Is this the Atari 2600? Maybe. Or not the 2600. What was the other one? What was the one that came out after that? Yeah. But I like this. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. So we do have now. This was one of the that's the SDCC exclusive. What did it say here? Ultimate Totally 80s Elf. Cute. Okay, so this does not say that it's an exclusive. So hopefully it'll be, at Sergeant Red's and, Hella Dope Toys, places like that. And then we have the Ultimate Rock On. I don't really care for this one. I mean, it's cool and a lot of cool accessories. But this is not the one that I want. I want that skateboard one just because I saw it. So Tech 49 says it's a generic game console. Yeah, that's what I kind of thought at first, but it's when you look at a lot of their other things that they did. Oh, damn it. When you look at a lot of the other stuff they did, like the skateboard, even though it's generic, there was an Elf one, the Rubik's Cube. Yeah. But it reminds me, it has the colors of Nintendo. I mean, but it reminds me of the 7800, you had the 2600, and then you had I think it was a 7800, which I think was closer to this. Anyway, either way, it's just cool. It's just awesome to have. I think, I'll say it again, NECA makes some amazing accessories. All right. So here is your Bert and Ernie, the Count. I believe these are the Tiny Toons. Correct me if I'm wrong on that. But I believe that these are the Tiny Toons. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I am completely wrong. Yeah, these aren't those little ones, are they? I'm just reading through the comments really quickly. So, I like I remember my parents had a cordless phone like that. You could walk down the block until you got a dial tone from someone else's house and make a call. I love that. So we have Bert and Ernie, which, I mean, these figures look dead on. I mean, the count looks dead on. So why do their faces look better than, Pee Wee Herman's? Which makes me think that Pee Wee Herman there is a paint master. All right. So, but you gotta love the pictures. Again, these things are just awesome. Here we have Nightmare Before Christmas. I know people are huge with this. This is good because, hey, now you can buy stuff for your Christmas display and your Halloween display all in one shot. And again, the accessories that they give you are just so damn good. Need Oscar and the Street Dial. Yeah, you can't really use that one because he was next to the steps all the time, right? But I think NECA is killing it with, again, like, their accessories a lot of times are better than the figure. Unfortunately, stuff never seems to go on clearance or on sale. So, but again, like I said, you got your Christmas and Halloween display here. Jack Skeleton here, which, well, did the Super 7 ones ever come out? I don't remember. Funny thing, last time we saw these dinosaurs, I had said I didn't even remember seeing them, and then I saw one at Walmart of all places that they had the dinosaur. This guy here, or is it this one? One of them, I don't know. But look at all these little tiny accessories, and they can work with so many different figures that you might have. So, but these all look good. I don't remember dinosaurs. I never really watched it. I can hardly wait to buy my NECA Evil Bird. Yeah, well, I think NECA, I mean, they will go down that rabbit hole and start producing all kinds of figures that people are interested in. Let's see quickly. Matthew says, not that I know of. Not that I know of. No Jack Skeleton. They can't figure out the articulation and not make them fall apart. I'm assuming that's about Super 7. Well, Super 7 lost the rights to Disney. So, but I don't know if those figures ever came out. I remember them showing it. But yeah, so there's Oscar the Grouch. I wonder what he does. Because these are the Tiny Toons. That's why I was thinking, right? So these are the little Tiny Toons that don't have any articulation to them. So, interesting. I'll be interested to see what they do with the 7-inch figures. Or 1/12, whatever you want to call them. All right. And then we have Caroline. I'm literally going to skip over this because I know nothing about Caroline, and I don't care. If you like it, they're making Caroline. I don't really care for any of these things. So I'm skipping through them because we have so many. The Karate Kid NECA. Ooh, look at that. Look at John Kreese and the... Now, they need to give you a broken trophy, right? Like the bonsai tree. But these figures have been out for quite some time. And why does Mr. Miyagi have the same headphones on that they had in Spaceballs? Okay. The Murder, She Wrote, we've already gone over this. I know nothing about Rob Zombie other than he has a Dracula. We went over this when they were first showed off. I think this is something. I think they look really good, and that's something that I'm into. But Ed, my moderator, I'm pretty sure he's excited about these. I don't know what that is. Oh, that's Iron Maiden, is it not? Yeah, Iron Maiden. And then we got your Misfit stuff. Still looking at the Dungeons and Dragons, which we've already seen before. The Assassin's Creed. Please go watch my videos, especially the white one. Ed says, "I'm ready for monkeys," and Eddie from Iron Maiden. Allison Troy says, Rob Zombie makes movies that are fun for exactly 37 minutes, and then they turn into the most tedious cinematic pieces of white dog you will suffer through. I don't know if I've ever seen a Rob Zombie movie. And there's some more of the musicians. All right, but there was something that caught my eye in NECA here. I don't talk turtles, so I'm not really going to go down that road, although I think they do look pretty good. This caught my eye. Again, I don't really care about horror, and a lot of these things we have already seen. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but this this Ash is new. It looks very similar to the one that I already have. This one. It looks pretty similar. But those joints, those elbow joints are definitely different. Actually, no, I actually have the other. There's another one too. He has the axe. But what I noticed was not only the second figure, but you have the cross for Linda. You have the chainsaw, which was there. I believe that's pages from the Necronomicon. And then you have other Deadite heads. So I am definitely interested in these. Apparently, Jack did release. No one talked about them in Boogie, which is awful because you created these figures and now you lost your license because you couldn't do it properly. Severe unpopular opinion. I didn't like the Halloween films, but the more recent ones had their share of problems too. Rob Zombie and David Gordon Green versions of Halloween. Hey, I'm just going to say Halloween was one of the scariest movies. It really was. The original. I don't know about the other ones. But anyway, this is what caught my eye was these Army of Darkness figures. So I'm definitely interested in because I don't think that they're reused. If I am, let me know. But this is not the Ash that I have. Matter of fact, the Ash that I have with this like blue shirt, if I remember correctly, it's not even bloodied. This is the bloody one right here. So anyway, and there's it with a NECA. Oh, Beetlejuice. So it looks like they're going to be doing Beetlejuice, which makes sense considering there's another movie coming out. That face sculpt does not look anything like Batman. I'm just saying. All right, it looks nothing like Batman. All right, but if you love Beetlejuice, here's your chance to get some Beetlejuice figures. But that looks, yeah, I think the face is looking awful. But hey, that's just me. They're also not the 1/12 scale figures. So. But the one thing that I did notice, no gargoyles. No gargoyles from NECA at all. More Predator pictures. Alien. So, all right, we're running out of time. I'm running out of time. I didn't realize what time it was here. We haven't got to GI Joe. So, quickly, I want to look at one Mezco figure. Let me find it for you guys. So, what did you guys like from what you've seen from San Diego Comic-Con? Because everyone's already talked about it. Everyone's covered it. So, I do want to hear what you guys thought of it. Where is it at? Just quickly reading through some, if there's anyone that said anything, because I don't want to feel like I'm ignoring everyone. Look what I didn't see. Why is Joe always last? Makes me sad. Because I talked the most about it. And I figured by that time, most people know when to show up. The tune in. That is the reason. It's because what I talk about most of anything. Let's see. Where the hell is it? I will say this. I don't talk turtles, but man, these Mezco turtles look amazing. Not what I was expecting. Damn it, where the hell is... Oh, it's not 5 points. That's why I like doing slides. If anyone ever wanted... I'd rather do slides, but there was just way too much stuff to get through. Anyway, it's not a GI Joe. It's some other Joe guy. That's his name. It's got to be here. Oh, yeah, here it is. So I don't know about this Junkyard Joe, like who he is, but it looks absolutely fucking amazing. Yes, Motu will always be the first thing. And Chaz the Guru, we're getting there. I got to do the Jada stuff. So this is going to run a little long. This figure looks awesome. I don't know anything about Junkyard Joe. I don't know what it is, but it is going to be going up soon. I'm assuming it'll be $100 or $120, but I think it looks pretty fucking badass. So this is, I don't know, this could easily be something that Cobra does. Junkyard Joe is Junkyard Dog's cousin. All right. So remove that really quick. That was the only thing I really wanted to look at. There wasn't too much with Mezco, to be honest. And we got to talk about Jada quickly. Jada is just, they're just fucking killing it. There's just no other way to put it. Everything that they've been doing. So quickly, we'll get to this, then we'll get to the GI Joe stuff. All right, so these are the figures we've seen. Blanca is the only one that hasn't come out yet. I love seeing, again, butterfly joints that actually work. These figures, if you do not have one yet, I'm telling you, and you're a toy collector, this is something you need to grab. They are just that damn good. They really, really are. They are just that damn good. All right? But we're going to see Balrog here. We got, what's his name? Vega, right? Who's the big guy with the patch? You know, a matter of fact, right here, I said something about coming up with a globulous face. Here you go. You still just have to kind of figure out what you want to do with the eye patch if you want to make one. But these figures are just amazing. So I don't know who Tatanka is here. Who plays Tatanka? All right, I really don't know his name. Chad says, I would love Jada to put out a punch out line. Ooh, man. Yes. Sagat, thank you guys. Punch out. I wonder if they can get the I wonder if they get Mike Tyson's like this. T-Hawk. So yeah, Tatanka Hawk. All right. Legend Series, don't even tell me you haven't thought that this is Tatanka. You're a wrestling guy. That is Tatanka. All right. But these figures have absolutely killed it. So this is. Have we discussed this guy yet? Because I know we've seen Evil Ryu. All right, look at this picture. But yeah, these things are awesome. Yeah, see? I mean, come on. He looks like fucking Tatanka. All right? We're talking about a stereotype they use in the WWF. I still stand by. Somebody needs to get me some trigger fingers for Cameo over here. We discussed Cyberpunk. I don't know anything about Cyberpunk, but we do get soft goods. So I guess they're probably pretty expensive. That's David. And that's Lucy. That's as much as I know about Cyberpunk. I love the $20 for these things. And I haven't grabbed one, but again, they seem to be the exact same thing. The same idea that we have with the Street Fighter. So, just good-looking figures. They look like they stepped right out of the video game. Say hi to Joe G here. Gonsalves. We talked about it. I know we discussed all these figures. Although I haven't seen an unmasked. Is this an unmasked Mega Man? Huh. Here we have Ram Man. I don't remember seeing Ram Man, but be prepared for Ram Man to come. And here is what everyone talked about. Tony the Tiger. Yeah. So a damn good looking figure. And this is all that you have. You have Kellogg's box. You have him spinning his the basketball. Looks like his neckerchief is actually soft cloth, cloth good. So awesome. Look at that. Joe Gonsalves. I love the fact that every time you heard someone probably mess up that name, you're looking at it going, just pronounce it like it looks. Funny story, though. Funny story is last week I'm sitting at a job and my daughter calls me. And she's like, "Are you busy?" I'm like, "No, I can talk. Why? I'm got the Bluetooth on." And she starts going off about her friend who called her front Tira. And I was like, all right, what's your point? Is that how you say it? I'm like, well, I guess if you called it front Terra, like, yeah, but usually we call it front Terra. And she was like, everyone says it that way. That's how everyone says it. That's how everyone calls it. She's like, no, it's not. And she's just going absolutely off. And now she's at her mom's house. And enough of you guys have seen my daughter, right? You've seen how she is. very animated. I don't know where she gets that from. And I'm sitting there going, dude, your mom's last name is Kimineki. And let me tell you, good luck spelling that. And good luck pronouncing it. And I'm like, you're saying this in front of your mom. And she's like sitting there going, you're not getting any sympathy from me. All right? They technically just pronounced it the way they would have thought that it looked. Which, again, isn't the worst thing in the world. I've heard worse. We'll just say that. All right? But anyway. I had to give that little bit of story just because of that. All right. So 66 likes. If you haven't hit like yet, please hit that like button. 107 votes. How do we get 107 votes when it was 66 likes? Doesn't make any sense. Okay. And then before we get into the GI Joe, if you're just joining us, if you haven't been listening at the beginning, I said, hey, you know what? Let's try and get as many subscribers to Destro's Desk as possible. So please head on over there. Here is a link to them. Go over there, hit like, and that's all. Just don't leave here. It's real easy. But let's see. This guy is so close to 1,000. I remember trying to hit that, and it drove me nuts. Matt O'Brien, how are you doing? You tuned in just in time for GI Joe. All right. So quickly, we're going to jump on the Full Force Instagram. So this is something that came up today, and that is another product design for a gun that looks like Darkions, right? Good fucking Lord, that sounds racist as shit. Darklons. And yeah, it's hard to say that. I mean, the fact that it's coming from the same site that keeps breaking this stuff, which is, God, I forget what site it's from. But you can see the retro Vipers outfit. So clearly, unless this guy is 3D printing stuff and has something, we're going to be getting this figure because I don't know what else you can use this gun for. I mean, it looks awful. Thank you. Weebo. Like Weeblo, if you were a Boy Scout. We got some patches for our Rattler. All right. So I guess I got it up here. So this will be coming. There are some people that are really happy that they feel like they broke this. I remember Chris McLeod talking about this a long time ago. Or maybe I'm just having revisionist history. I don't know. But it's really not a big deal. They're doing Transformers. I mean, It's Chad really wanted credit, and I'm not really sure why, I swear. I mean, I know he talked about that in the Rattler, but if I really want to go down that road, hell, Viper Island's been saying it's going to be a Rattler for quite some time. But, yeah, I'm not really sure why. Like, he really hounded on that he gets the credit for it. But we all knew because Sergeant Slaughter kind of let it slip at last Joe Fest. Now, I wasn't there, so I wasn't the one that heard it. But I got to say this. Does anyone... Now, I make thumbnails, and I highlight it using this free app called Epic. And it highlights the stuff, and I can put it in front of stuff. They couldn't even do the proper job of not even just like losing the back of the Triple T, but they fucking lost Leatherneck's arm. It's just fucking missing. Like, holy shit. Like, how did this get past them? I just don't get it. I don't get it. Matt O'Brien says, I really don't collect O-Ring Joe anymore, but these two figures look great. Yeah, I agree. And this, I want you guys to understand from everything that I see. I have no inside knowledge on this. This is on the Transformer side, not on the GI Joe side. They can talk about it, hey, we have this, whatever. This is going up with the Transformers. They're not doing O-rings anymore, so I believe this is all coming out of the Transformer budget. And that's great. I mean, I think it looks good. Here's what Cup looks like when he transforms. He looks more like an astronaut than anything. But, this vehicle, when you kind of look at Cup's design, it actually fits. And I think that's it. There was something I wanted to look at. I removed the wrong person. I wanted to remove this. There's a couple things on that I don't know where the pictures are right now. Again, I should have done the slides. So they redesigned Leatherneck's gun on that O-ring. It actually looks, they gave it to 203, but they made an M16 with a scope on it that looks like the gun that's coming in the classified line. It's like the only time that they've redesigned anything like that, which really shocked me. And why they did something like that, I don't know. So it's just really weird. It says, I like, oops, that was not it. Pop Blender says, I like the Triple T crossover. It's cool, not for me, but I like it. I think all the Transformers crossovers have been really cool. And Viper Scott, it will be on the Transformers page on Paul's, not the Joe page. Exactly. They all have been. And that's why I said I believe this is coming out of the Transformer side more than the Joe side. But since they're owned by this, since they actually own the property. But it is, I guess, I want you guys to think, just remember that. They're not doing O-rings. The Transformers are doing O-rings for them. So, all right. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of the these name-only reveals. Or I'm sorry. Hold on. That's not what I wanted. We have these name-only reveals. Oh, shit. Where did I put them? I got to move stuff around. I hate this. I can't look over this. How am I doing this? Sorry, guys. This is like the worst stream ever. Thank you guys for tuning in. But hey, since you're here and you're waiting, please take a second. Hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button if you haven't. All right. I guess I can just pull. So I can move this and move this over here. And then present. This is riveting when you hear me discussing things to myself. All right, so we're getting the Retro Viper. This was name-only reveal, Retro Viper. We just saw a quick picture of it. We talked about it last week because it dropped right before we went on. And this answers a lot of the questions that I had. Would they be willing to redesign a figure like like Star Wars does with their Boba Fett's, but more for their stormtroopers, their clone troopers. Like they redesign it, they make it better and everything like that. So yeah, I'm glad they did this. Let's hope that they will give us the proper weapons. Now, I'm not one that wants to complain too much when something gets changed, but if you're going to do retro card, I'm going to stand by it. You're going to do retro cards, you should give retro weapons and everything like that. So, I don't want to start that start. We got Law and Order coming. We all knew Law and Order was coming. This will have to be a completely different buck for the dog. Moses Gillen, right, says, need a third option on that poll. I'm happy with everything aside the stupid patches. But again, then you're happy. You know, if that's the only thing, then you should be, I guess, you're happy with it. Or say not, again, it's basically just to see how many people are actually coming through on the stream throughout the whole time. Hey, Gaz, how are you doing? But I will take into consideration more than just a yes and no. That's all I've been doing for the polls. I just like to see how it's going. Johnny Reno says, Retro Viper will be like the Retro Crimson Guard they lied about. It'll never show up on a story, even if they tell you again on the live streams. There will be lots of them, lots for everyone to army build it. No, these will, because those were the Walmart exclusives. So I have a feeling getting these retro cards are going to be easy. I mean, you can go order. I mean, BBTS, Entertainment Earth, they have. I mean, you can order as many of those army builders that you want. But the Viper is, I mean, after the Cobra Trooper, probably the biggest army builder, right? Anyway, Law and Order. I think we're going to see a lot of design cues that are going to come between Shockwave, and Mutton Junkyard. But I'm hoping we get a completely different buck. That's all that I want. Watching Lawrence fumble around is like watching an old person trying to use a computer. Hey, I can use a computer, Chaz. Yeah, what can I say? Now, this was odd because they announced Dr. Mindbender on a retro card. But I see no fucking Trouble Bubble. Has anyone seen a Trouble Bubble with this? Because I was assured that there was going to be a Target exclusive Dr. Mindbender in Trouble Bubble. And I am still waiting for this. Maybe it's still in the back. Maybe it's street dated for the year 2026. But they've just been sitting in the back of the Target stores all this time. This was something we kept telling people it's coming. Just because the fact that they haven't redone this is shocking to me. This was the Pulse exclusive that not everyone got. And we told everyone, it's coming. The fact that it took this long is shocking. But I am glad for everyone, because the people that didn't get it, I don't really think that there's any figure that people should be able to get. Even if one's a Pulse exclusive or a San Diego Comic-Con exclusive, you should be able to get a version, a variant, especially of a main character like this. So, Popular says, I don't think we need a retro Dr. Mindbender with or without a Trouble Bubble. Why don't you think that we need one? He's a main character that was a exclusive. So I completely disagree with you. He is one that they should have had. Now, he should come with the Trouble Bubble, because I was promised. Chaz, you were promised too. We were promised a Dr. Mindbender Target exclusive with Trouble Bubble. Yes, would love this Dr. Mindbender to have the cape with the Cobra symbol. I bet it will. because that was something people bitched about. I would love to have this one without the silver flaking off around him. But yeah, so he should come with a trouble bubble, 100% a purple bubble. Yeah, and it should go only straight to islands. It should be solely stuck on an island. But yeah, this is again, I think that this is what they needed, because again, not everyone got them. I mean, maybe you didn't get the color changing Zartan, but you know there have been 2 other versions of Zartan. So, and then we have, and we knew this was coming, a rock and roll. The rock and roll that we got was an amazing update. I think if it's perfect, it would have been better if that rock and roll came with, let's say, a saw rather than the M60, which we know we will get with this. But yeah, so it's one of those things where, you know, you're gonna lose the tattoos, you're gonna lose the new style look, and I'm perfectly fine with it. So if people want their OGs, you're gonna get your OGs, guys. They know they can make money off it. They know they're going to, but they're not going to give it to everyone at once because they want to get as many people in as possible. Pop Blender said, you can improve over the exclusive, and other than giving him a cheaper version, I don't see why he needs to be made. Some figs are okay with just being exclusive. What about Chuckles or Serpentor? Those are main characters. They should be made so everyone can get it. I don't have a... Hey, that's Starduster. If you don't get the Starduster, okay, he's not a main character. But Dr. Mindbender is so integral to the GI Joe lore. Serpentor is too. As much as I may not like Serpentor, he is integral to the GI Joe lore. So I don't have a problem if people can't get some exclusives, but everyone should be able to get main characters. All right. If you can't get Globulus, okay. He barely played a role in the lore. He did in that stupid movie. But Dr. Mindbender, come on. It's like saying, hey, you know what? You know, we made the special edition Snake Eyes. All right? But hey, you know what? We're never going to make him again. Fuck you. Right? People will lose their shit. So I disagree. I mean, I completely disagree. I have no issues with, hey, you know what? Sometimes you just can't get exclusives. And that Dr. Mindbender has enough in it where it will hold its value. But main characters like this, they should be available. Pop Blender perspective equals scalper reseller. I see Pop Blender's not like that, but hi, it's me. I fully see what you're saying. If I didn't know him, that's kind of what I would think that he's trying to say. But yeah, but I'm with you. Like, and if you say, hey, you know what, we're not going to do if you're not going to do Serpentor's Air Chariot, that's understandable. But Serpentor should be redone again. Maybe you don't give him, you know, that helmet or anything like that. I get it. But yeah. Zazel, thanks for joining in. Possibly. The one thing everyone has to remember is figures aren't supposed to sell out the day they hit the shelves, right? They're not supposed to. They're supposed to be there for a little bit, so people have a chance to get them. Not Rachel has joined. Retro Mindbender isn't gonna have a brain in a jar. No, he's not. But now it gives me a chance to finally do my Dr. Mind slaughter. All right. And then we have Heavy Duty. one of the biggest pieces of shit GI Joe figures ever. Maybe I only say that because he was so awful in the movie. But yeah, I'm not a big fan of this figure. I hope it doesn't look like this. But they are giving us heavy duty. I know there are people that will say, hey, I already have heavy duty because I have that roadblock. Awesome. If that's what you want to say, boom. Yeah, just do what you want. They're your toys. Matt O'Brien says, over the last few days, I was brainstorming some ideas for add-on ideas for the Rattler. Like the 7088 fire team was with the Hiss, and I think if they would do some ramp rats, maybe 2-pack and a missile rack. Yeah, I think we're going to get the ramp rats. There's no doubt about that. Why would you make it in the O-ring form and then not make it? It just sucks because I think one should have come. That should have been one of the tiers. And Wade Howlitson says, everybody worried about Dr. Mindbender. I'm wondering when the hell another Blood is coming. It's coming. I am absolutely shocked. I was actually looking at my Major Blood yesterday when I was taking those pictures. That is such a damn good figure. It really is. And that was one of the early ones, man. That was one of the early ones. But hey, you know what? Like saying, hey, it's an exclusive to Target. You know, what if no one ever gets Major Blood again? I don't think that's right. Even though Target is exclusive, was way easier to get than the Mindbender. I had no issues getting Mindbender. I had no issues getting Serpentor. We'll see about this, once a man Cobra Commander. From what I understand, Saturday night they started letting you buy as many as you wanted, which tells me there wasn't as much of a demand for it as they were thinking. So we're going to talk about that really soon too. So anyway, heavy duty. I don't know. I think it's a crap figure. I think it's a crap figure, but that's just me. I have opinions. All right. So now let's get to the digital reveals, and we are going to start with Xandar. One of my favorite figures. As a kid, I still have my original. I think they did a really good job with this. Just looking at it, I love the story. It's a little creepy. I'm not going to lie. A little Flowers in the Attic creepy, where the scarf that he's wearing is actually a rip out of her shirt. Sarana's. It's a little creepy. I'm not going to lie. All right. They give him his weird spear gun, which I think is iconic to him. Now, it looks a little short. But hey. Backpack, which looks like it has maybe 2 swords in it, or 2 knives, even though it doesn't show that he has anything. He's got a pistol, and then his like weird axe type. So I think this one is awesome. It's not going to change color. They did say underneath the plate carrier there is design, so that makes me wonder what it is, and I wonder if it's going to be something easy to come off. If they're finally going to start putting on some more mushroom. I mean, they did it with tripwire, so I don't know why they can't do it here. But yeah, I'm not really. That's right. It is Serpentor. I'm sorry, it's Serpentor. That's right, Serpentor. Serpentor. I found that guy on Instagram, and he actually does collect stuff, which is actually weird. Yeah, but I think it's just a matter of time before it comes. Xenia is just a matter of time. Junkies, I choose to believe that Lawrence moved on to Joe because he's saving Scooby for last. Yeah, you believe me. Odin, you know what I'm talking about, right? Flowers in the Attic. I don't know. It's kind of creepy that he took, ripped. I don't know. it's a little southern for me, we'll just say. Still, that's what I was wondering too. It looks like it has 2 accessories in it because I'm not sure what else would be sticking out like that. So I'm with you, but it's not showing it on the digital render. So, all right. So that is Xandar. Then we have. Oh, where the hell is. Oh, here he is. Then we have Leatherneck, one of my favorite figures. I know he's supposed to look like Ron Rudat. That's who he was designed after. But again, remember, these figures aren't being designed after, let's say, Ron Rudat anymore. The original was designed after Ron Rudat. This figure is designed after Leatherneck, who is designed after, Ron Rudat. So I don't care that this doesn't look like Ron Rudat or that Tono Rat doesn't look like Larry Hama, because that's not what they're trying to design them after. But he does have the big handlebar mustache. It's not a plate carrier. It's just a vest. I like the updated. I said the only thing he has to have is a 203. He has to have an M4 or an M16 with a 203. I would have loved to have the M16. But again, it doesn't really bother me because it is supposed to be more modern. I like the fact that they gave him the shooting glasses, just so he has something. It just makes him look pretty cool. That is, looking at it, Rakondo's backpack. So it has the bedroll on it. His pistol, I believe, is what came with the whole HISS team. Now, maybe I'm wrong. Please feel free to correct me. Not Rachel says, Leatherneck looks a little light on the accessories, but still a cool figure. Well, you're looking at glasses, knife, pistol, M4, 2 fists, and a backpack. And then remember, they also count the overlay. And it also looks like he might have a radio here. But it's hard to tell when you're looking at this stuff. I mean, clearly this is the holster for his pistol. It almost looks like he has a radio here. And they have the actual drop-down holsters. But someone else had mentioned that too. But I'm not so sure. It's not the most, but they are giving you a couple hands, which isn't. They've been used numerous times. There's going to be Duke's hands, but yeah. But that is that guy, and then we'll take a look at this, and this is exactly. I think perfect for a store. It's going to be $55 price point. At least I would assume it is. Same as the ferret and the tiger paw and the trouble bubbles. It does have the shotgun, which I really like that shotgun with the drum. You get the Uzi. Again, I think an Uzi actually works pretty good with bad guys. I love the fact that they give you multiple head sculpts. Yes, I know Valaverse did it first, and they're just copying everything off Valaverse. But, yeah. Now, I don't understand. Okay, I guess now I'm getting it here. We'll take a look at it in a second. I didn't understand why there's 4 wheels, but now I'm looking at it, and I realize they don't have wheels on the actual handlebars anymore. So that's how you have to get it to stay up. So, but I think this looks good. It's pretty cool. I mean, it's obviously going to work with multiple figures. There's no way they're not going to design this to not fit on the male figure. So, and that Rachel says the claw kicks butt. Is that a figure stand at the top of the picture? Yes, it is. Wow. That is interesting. I was sitting there. I didn't even notice that, not Rachel, but yeah, that is very, very interesting. Why would they give this figure a figure stand? Unless if they're worried that that's the only way that she can have it on her back and also keep it standing up. He did. You're absolutely correct. But yeah. So here's the bottom of it. You get your regular 2 rockets. We already saw that has the guns. 3 different head sculpts. So if you want to army build this the same as they did with the Trouble Bubble, you can make multiple different types of figures. And then you obviously have an Uzi, you have the shotgun. So you're able to give them different weapons to accessorize them so they don't seem like they're the exact same figure. And from what it looks like, damn it. No, before it. Wow. That screwed that. I don't want this. There we go. So I'm looking at the overlay here on the figure. And it is different. So this thing's it looks like she slides into it, right? Not crazy looking at that, right? But it looks like they slide up into it, so you don't have to worry about them falling off. Honestly, it's not that. I'm having a hard time keeping up with the chat. This is why I like using slides. And I didn't even want to, I was just, there's some weeks you just don't want to do anything, in all honesty. So, but all in all, I like this. This is like the perfect thing. It's small. We can hang it from the ceilings, make it look like it's flying. What they really need to do, and I said this about the Trouble Bubble, they need to make a flight stand that works with the Trouble Bubble, that works with, obviously, the claw, that will work with a fang when they eventually make a fang, that works with the air chariot, everything like that. They need to find a way. They need to make something so it's easily accessible to go with it. All right. So there's that. All right. So quickly, we're going to take a look at these figures here. We'll start with the 60th anniversary Halo jumper. Now, there have been some people that are kind of wondering, why are you giving them so many weapons? It's like you're giving. This was said on Analog Toys, and I was watching yesterday with Chad, and they both said, "Hey, you know what? I feel like you're giving extra weapons just to give you perceived value." And I agree with that to a point. It is showing you perceived value, but also remember this is an army builder. And not everyone in the military uses the exact same weapon. It's not Vietnam anymore where, hey, you have an M16, you have an M16, you have an M16, you have an M16. Hey, you get the grenade launcher. Oh, you get the M60, you get an M16, you get an M16. Soldiers pick their own weapons, So I really like the fact that they're giving you stuff because this is meant to be army built. Now, I'm not saying these are the greatest weapons. That is a whole nother story. And people can say, well, I have other weapons. I can buy stuff in Gridiron. I can buy Valiver stuff. Yeah, that's great and all. But, no. The guy did call me a cunt. You know that, right? So just so you know, like Thursday with a friend is for people that have helped support me in my journey, and then it's me giving back to them. So yeah, there's some people. It's okay not to like people, and it's okay for people not to like me. I'm perfectly fine with that. Just, but no, there are some people that I just don't like, and there are people that just don't like me, and it's perfectly fine. But yeah, I like this. I think this is a really good looking figure. It is airborne. I don't know if Tony was the first one to figure that out, or if he saw it somewhere else. But he's the person that I saw post it. But yeah, this is just a complete repaint of airborne. Like, crazy. I know there are people that have already complained that the parachute isn't a rectangle, that it's a circle. Again, I don't have to say it, but I'll let one of my friends say it.
We're talking about frickin' toys here. They're toys.
That's exactly what they are. They're toys, and we have to let them be toys. That's all that I can say about that. All in all, I think this is a really good figure. And yes, it is not made to be thrown off a roof. Now, when someone starts making one, then awesome. It will probably work to an extent, but yeah. But yeah, so all in all, good figure. The weapons aren't the worst in the world. As a matter of fact, this one that becomes a sniper actually looks pretty good. But I do like this. Couple pictures, even though it's not really happening. I do love the jump. This looks absolutely awesome. We'll talk about this. Action figs. Who gives a shit? How many of us made parachutes out of anything we could find as kids for our toys? Exactly. Exactly. Look what it says. Also, the 60th go on sale all the time on Amazon. If they make an ass load of these too, I may get this on discount. Possibly. Shark Guy says, you've had real Aussies on Thursday with a friend. I have. And I plan on having more as time goes on. All right. So this has been a point of contention with a lot of people. I'm not in the military. I have never served. So I'm not going to claim to know everything. And I am not one of those people that says, hey, you know what? We are all made equal. Up here, yes. Physically, no. With that said, it is a female sniper. Now, if your issue with the 60th anniversary figures is these should be made like the figures from the 60s, right? They're going to be in the 60s. Then okay. Then you have every right to have an issue with it and to say, hey, you know what? This is when, they should just be recreating those figures in 6-inch form. The way that I see it is they're homaging it as, hey, you know what? The 60th anniversary, they are what we assume the military figures look like these days. So, they gave you a female sniper. And I know this, again, has bothered a lot of people. Like right here. Johnny Reno says, stupid figure. Again.
We're talking about frickin' toys here. They're toys.
The Christmas tree suit will look great next to the Swiffer suit. But I do like the sniper rifle that originally came with low light. I like the Uzi. Doesn't fit with it. Doesn't fit with military in my mind. I like the suppressor. I actually like the fake little submachine gun that comes with it at the top. I love the different head sculpts. Once again, they're giving you 3 different head sculpts so you can change the figures out, be different. The ghillie suit, everyone seems to have an issue with, and I'm not really sure why. I don't think it's easy to make a ghillie suit, but so far, just from what I'm seeing, this is the best of the 3 companies that have made one. And that goes for Gridiron. Now, once I get in hand, I might feel completely different. Now, I will say this. It is a little deceiving here because they make it blend in really well. But the truth is, they use the same material for their brush as for the ghillie suit. So how is it really going to look? No, but he's already blasted it. No, but he's already blasted it. Again, if this stretches and it fits male figures, then awesome. You can change it around. Joe, I like Tina Turner, so I think it's great. I don't know if you've actually seen Chaz's meme that he did, but yes, you are absolutely correct. All in all, I don't care that they made a female sniper. This is GI Joe. Again, if your thing is, hey, you know what? I want figures to be, I want the figures to be accurate to what we had in the 60s with the 12-inch figures, then you have a great. If it's just, hey, you know what? This isn't what I want, then don't buy it. I mean, it's really that simple. All in all, again, I think it looks good. How will it mesh when you put it in the grass and stuff like that? That will be, the big thing. But people having an issue with a female, again, this is GI Joe. That's all I have to say. And there's a claw. All right. Raptor. I think most people know my feelings on Raptor. And I have been saying that I think that when Raptor comes out, it's going to be kind of like Vulture. I've said numerous times that when they make even the bad figures usually look pretty damn good. Shark Eyes quickly says, my main issue with this is that the female figure was only done from an inclusion perspective. We got shooter already. Don't need another female sniper. I'm willing to bet they didn't even think of that. They were probably trying to think, hey, you know what? How can we do a figure that isn't the same as the rest of the figures? Right? What does everyone say about, and I'm one of them. How many times can Bobby Vala for Valaverse for the Action Force keep putting out the exact same army builder figure that's the exact same with the same weapons, right? So they're trying to do something, make something a little bit different. And then people don't like it. So, I mean, I understand what you're saying, but yeah. And again, I'm not one of those people. I'm not going to be one of those people that says because you don't like a female figure that you're sexist. I'm not going to say because someone says they don't like a figure that's black that you're racist. Because I don't think that's necessarily true. There's a lot of male figures that I don't like. It doesn't mean I'm sexist against men. But I know there are a lot of people that don't like it because of that. And you can hear sometimes that come out of people. But anyway, back to Raptor here. I talked about him. I thought this is how it was going to look. Oh, man, it started storming. this is kind of what I thought he was going to be like. And I was right. I actually think this figure looks really good. I like the design ideas of it. If he just had the cloth, then he would be really stupid. Absolutely ridiculous.
Bro, look outside. It just went from nothing to straight downpour on
Yes.
downpour.
I know.
It's insane.
It's raining out. My son's never seen water before.
Oh, it's not ready. It's pouring.
But I like what they did with this. They totally took cues from Vulture, and I'm perfectly fine with that. I'm perfectly fine with that. Giving him the claws, as long as you gave him a pistol. Where was they saw the who made, was it Ray? Not Rachel. Yeah, I was hoping for multiple birds. I was too. I was thinking they might do something like that, but when you saw how the wings were made, then you kind of realized that's where the design cues went. That's where the money for this went. And considering this is a completely redesigned figure, I'm not saying that every piece is new on him, but obviously, how are you going to reuse that pat? You're going to have to work really hard to reuse these wings. So they definitely have to get their money out of it. I actually like the Robin look. I'm not going to lie. With him not having the bird head on, I actually think it looks pretty good. And Lenny did talk about how it's supposed to be like a digital heads-up type display. So I think it's actually pretty cool. It's like a $35 price point. When you look at what you're going to get, yeah, you're going to say that it's, that's what people want to spend. A Toy Kind of Mood says 78% in your poll says Rattler is good. 22% say fuck them patches. That's pretty much. I would say 11% of that is exactly the reason why people aren't happy with it. It really should have been a fourth figure. I did like the fact that you guys asked them about that, but I have an issue. The fact that Emily said on Dan Who not that long ago, hey, we learned for the tiers, they want figures. All you had to do was repaint that gunner and a ramp rat and then do that. That would have made people much happier. This isn't cosplay. We're going to talk about that real soon. I don't want this fucking stream to go 4 hours, but it's going to. I love this design here, how it's able just to kind of protect himself. So, and Lenny specifically talked about that. All right. Boy, there's been a lot said about this guy. So, Road Pig. We knew we were going to get him. I was expecting a big buck like this because Lenny kept talking about how he's going to be big. Initially, I thought he would be more the size of Roadblock and Gung Ho. But I don't have a problem with the buck. I'm not a fan of the face sculpt. It is not the worst one. That is still Falcon. But it's very cartoony. And it is hard not to see Wreck-It Ralph. You see Wreck-It Ralph. But when you look at everything else that he comes with, it is awesome. I love the fact that they gave him the classic brick hammer. They gave him a shield that, hey, you know what? I can't be mad about that shield. I know you can't use it with the gun because the slot is on the wrong side. But the fact that they gave him a different type of hammer, the ice pick, which, let's be honest, they just need to throw in a reuse. You get this muzzle, two different head sculpts, and then you get the big pig head, which I think is awesome, and two fists. Now, he is a guy that's going to be punching things. Now for the dog. And I said before, I really wish they would not have made a pit bull for the bad guys because they already have a bad stigma. And then you crop the ears, and I'm glad that they're making it look different than Junkyard. But it is all those things that lead right into the sad issue that, people think that these dogs are fucking awful dogs. And as we see, I don't know, read with my daughter, to be honest, right now, they're not bad, right? But yeah, I really wish they would not have used a pit bull for this. Like, God damn it. But I think it looks good. Now it is the same buck as Junkyard. They just have two different head sculpts. So, but he has dreadnoughts spelled properly. I love the updated skull up on his pauldron. And I think this thing is worth the $45 price point because of the animals. And they've kicked it. I mean, they've killed it with the animals, right? But I will say this. I'm glad that I had Tony do... I don't know where my Roman is. I don't know where my Roman is. He's over there somewhere. I'm glad I had Tony redo Junkyard that way because to me he looks better. He really does. I think cropped ears look awesome, but when you know what they have to do, that's really what bothers me. Now I'm getting too into actual what happens. But yeah. But you're getting your road pig. So right now, Monkey Wrench and Thrasher are the two biggest, and Zanzibar are the two biggest omitted dreadnoughts. Heart Wrencher, we already know is coming. She was supposed to come with Flint or Falcon in the Versus pack, but they changed that to Quarrel. So I'm perfectly fine with that. Yeah. The tail is the biggest thing. Like people don't. I'm not saying people don't. Most people don't do that to pit bulls. They do it to Rottweilers with the tail. The ears, yes. But I guess it does lead into he's just not a good person, right? All right. So here we have the Steel Brigade Commander, right? Is that what it is? And then the Twilight Guard. I don't know if people didn't realize this, but I haven't heard anyone fucking mention it. Those are the original Gung Ho's weapons. These are not new weapons. Those are Gung Ho's weapons. All right. I'm not gonna lie. They actually work for this figure. Will I be using them? No. But that is Gung Ho's backpack, and those are the three weapons that he comes with. All right. No one seems to have noticed that for some odd reason. So this was another thing where, Chad and Tony were discussing how they just threw a lot of stuff in at him. And, that's just meant to be, it seems like they're trying to do it for value. But that's the same as saying, well, Valiverse just keeps on throwing in a whole shitload of hands that they're just reprinting up to show you perceived value. The way that I look at this is these are supposed to be, figures you're going to army build, right? And again, you don't want them to all have the exact same weapon. So I don't know who's really army building this. I'd say not many because they're not sold out yet. This is the first time that I haven't seen anything sold out on Pulse from the GI Joe. They did drops, nothing sold out. I think the Twilight Guard looks awesome. I personally have had enough of the Steel Brigade figures. You can call them Steel Corps, you call them whatever the fuck you want. They're Steel Brigade. But yeah, I really like the Twilight Guard. I like what they did with the cape. And like I said, I think these weapons actually work for Cobra much better than what they did for Gung Ho. But yeah, not a huge fan of that. Gun Buddy says, even I'm not army building that 2-pack. Like I said, nobody is. But I really do like this Twilight Guard. I think he looks really, really good. But hey, and I don't mind the weapons that come with the Steel Brigade. Again, we have so many weapons now. It's almost to the point where I don't need that many weapons. I'm going to give you the M16, the M60, and then their sniper rifle, and then my 2 submachine guns. I'm not going to be mad that someone is giving me more weapons. But at this point, we have been able to, just using their weapons. I'm not talking about Valaverse packs and buying Gridiron stuff and buying Mark to Toy stuff and getting Arsenal Pew Pew stuff. We have enough to get rid of all the old Nerf guns or laser guns that they had. Johnny Reno says, which Twilight movie is that figure from? I never watched those dumb movies. I will say it again. Those movies are not as bad as people think they are. I thought the ending, I actually thought the ending of Twilight was awesome. You got to see 2 versions of it. So anyway, a couple shots. I think these blast effects, I think the blast effect on the Steel Brigade is a decent one, but it's not good. It's not good. And the Twilight Guard one, I don't know what he's shooting. So anyway, and a couple more pictures, again, I'm okay with the pack. I don't think it's the greatest pack in the world. Not by far. So, all right. So let's talk about this thing. What are we at right now? We are at 11,748. So we're gonna hit all tiers. I'm not worried about that at all. Quickly, you want to see this is kind of crazy. Hey, look at this, me. Our poll is sitting here at 131 votes. 79 people say they're happy with the Rattler. All right. So, to look at this thing, let's discover it. So, I'm a little underwhelmed with it. 100% honest. Some people said, "Hey, who set this? Who set?" Well, they said the president that $300 is what these Haslabs should go for. Now you're telling me this is a little bit bigger. It needs to be $325. Okay, I can deal with that. I'd much rather be $300, like anyone, than $325. But then you take away a figure. They're the ones that set 4 figures. Like they're the ones that gave us, hey, you know what? We expect 4 figures. And then they take one away and give us patches. This is not cosplay. I'm not an 8-year-old kid. I don't want patches. Maybe they'll be cool. That's awesome. But I don't want that. And from what I see online, nobody else wants it. Now, there are a lot of people that think, hey, you know what? If this thing does really well, they'll throw in another figure. They don't do that. The only time that they throw in something is when something isn't going to fund. When something isn't going to make it. That is when they decide, hey, you know what? Here's our Hail Mary. Now, I think that they changed the last tier of his Haslab because it funded so quickly and they had no idea. All right? But they were going to make that figure. They just decided, hey, you know what? Let's do this because it funded so quickly. I'm unfortunately, what's going to happen now is this thing's going to hit all its tiers, and it will. So when they look at it again, the powers that be are going to go, okay, well, how much was the last one? Oh, 325. Okay. And how many figures? 3. Okay. Well, you know what? Then maybe we can go a little bit more. And hey, why don't we throw this in for one of the tiers and only give 2 figures? That's my fear. That is my biggest fear. Again, Hasbro is run by a corporation, and it sucks. But we all backed it, or many of us backed it. Many people are going to buy multiples. I've already seen people saying they're buying multiples. I mean, this thing did not hit almost 12,000 in a few days because no one's backing it. Look what I did. He says, Hasbro needs to show profit right now. Shareholders were not happy with last year's numbers. They will cheap out every opportunity they can. You are absolutely correct. It doesn't mean that we have to say, hey, I'm perfectly fine with that. And I'm not even saying develop a whole new figure. I'm saying reuse the figure, the Gunner figure, as ramp rat, right? A few different paint apps, the same way they did with the His Tank Driver and the His Tactician, right? They're the exact same figure. Technically, Hasbro is a corporation, not run by one. Okay. I don't know if ever Haslab has taken a step down. I mean, I don't know if I fully agree with that. Now, I've only had, I've only backed the Joe stuff, but I don't think the Dragonfly was a step back from the His Tank. It was cheaper, which is great because I think next year we get the Whale, and it's going to be more expensive. I really do think that the Whale is going to come next. And I think some of the reasons why I'm underwhelmed with this, and this is something that I have to deal with, is I watch these A-10s fly over my house all the time because I live right by the base that houses them. So I kind of look at it, and I know it's not an A10. I know it's designed after an A10, but some of the cues when I'm looking at it, I'm like, oh. But I like it enough that I went and backed it. They left the minigun in the front, and not even the minigun. That's wrong. The Gatling gun. I like the change to the turret. It reminds me way more of something that we've seen. I would say like in World War II, the turret on it. Unfortunately, it still does shoot straight and can blow a hole through Wild Weasel's head while he's flying. Probably not the thing you want to do. They did say the Baroness is a completely new sculpt. But I think this thing has 16 missiles and bombs. The original one, if I remember correctly, only had 14. All right. So the nose of it just looks weird compared to like an actual A10. I think that's just what is just kind of getting me, right? Hi, it's me says, well, would be a functional boogie board too. And I said before, the Whale, the one thing about the Whale is it's big enough to be a display for how many things it holds. All right, so I love the fact that they fold up the wings. Now, I don't want to display mine like that, but this makes it so you can put it on a shelf and only have you can have one wing folded up and the other one out. And you could probably just flip that one back like it's a vertical takeoff if you really needed to. I'm glad they left the vertical takeoff. I think that is, very essential to this vehicle. I think it would have been awesome if they would have gave you a separate landing gear that was really, really weak like the original Rattler. That should have been one of the tiers. Shitty landing gear that you can switch out and see if you don't break. But I like the fact that the wings fold up. It gives people this option if they feel like they don't have space. And then the vertical lift here, I think it's awesome. I know that's not what an A10 does. So me complaining that it doesn't look enough like an A10, while I know, A10, they don't have their engines there. Hey, that's just part of life, right? It's a toy. I know. Here, I'll do it to myself.
We're talking about frickin' toys here. They're toys.
But I definitely liked it enough to back it. The light up effects are awesome. I know there's a lot of people that don't like the light up effects. Why do we need it? Is it? If you take pictures, sometimes the light up effects, I know it's worked for me with the hiss. It makes me look like I can actually take good photos, and I can't. I get lucky. The iPhone does all the work for me. But yeah, this is, yeah. Give me OG flaws too. Like I say, I do understand. Look what Identity says. It's reminiscent of an A10 in design. It's not an A10. I understand. I do. And again, this is one of those things where I think because I see it so often, I see them flying around so often that, and as a kid, you thought it was an A10. And then you realize, well, that's not even where the engines are on a fucking A10. That's not where they're at. But all in all, I do think that it's good. It's exactly what you should want. Wild Weasel looking like Steve Rogers, Chris Evans is kind of strange. I don't remember if they ever showed his face. I was fine not knowing what it looks like, but the fact that they gave him two different helmets, so you can obviously make him a little bit different. I think the figure looks good. There was some complaining, and this is one I actually do fully understand, where the maps here are the wrong way, because if he was sitting down, he'd be looking down at them. You wouldn't have them the opposite way. So, Pop Blender says, this Haslab is another win for Hasbro and GI Joe fans. If you are a classified collector, this plane does it for you. I had a bar regular who was in his 60s buy one because he thought it was cool. No, I agree. It's a total win. But it's a win for Hasbro because they removed a figure. They raised the price $25 over the Hiss tank, and it's going to hit all the tiers. So you're absolutely correct. It is a win for Hasbro. And make no mistake, I know this. Hasbro does not give a shit about us, right? How does it line their pockets, right? Same thing I say about politicians. They don't give a shit about you. They care that it lines their pockets. And I'm helping. So, all in all, I do think that it is a... After I watched the video, and we'll watch the video in a second, and then we'll call it a night, I actually liked it more. Because there were some things that I really liked that they did. That you didn't see just when this thing dropped. All right? The blast effects, I'm fine with. The missiles. So, the one thing I wish they would not have done was they made this here, this launching of the missiles, this is dual, that it works on the engine. So if you want blast effects on the engine, well, then you can't have the missile launching. And I really wish they wouldn't have. I wish they would have given you at least one extra one so I could launch one of the missiles while still having the jet blast. But the design of this engine is cool. Better than the original where the sting hole popped off and you lost it. This one flips up. like an actual hood would. Having an extra ladder so you can climb up onto it, awesome. I like the stand. This was exactly what they did with the Sky Striker, where they put the dog bones here so you can launch stuff. So here's everything that it comes with. I don't mind the blue lasers. These guns up here on the turret don't even look like guns, so who cares? We get to the patches. I think it's been spoken enough, right? I said, I think on Oz's, or maybe I was talking to somebody. I don't remember. Your question from Hasbro would be, if I give this as a tier, how many memes will Chaz make of it? And then decide if this is really what you want to put as a tier. Again, you have the Rattler badge, the Fly Swatter badge, and then the Fearsome Fangs badge. I don't care. I don't do cosplay. Will I keep it because I keep everything that comes with my Joe stuff? Yes. And nobody wanted these. And you know that they did it because it's cheaper. They admitted it with the interview that, Black Genghis and some other guy did with them. So it's just, I don't know. It's yeah. I just wish they wouldn't have. Because now it tells them, hey, it doesn't matter. We could throw in a bag of bones and they'll buy it. They just won't do it for Star Wars. Then we get the gunner, which I do like. I like the color scheme of it. I like the new submachine gun. It's something different. Same helmet as Wild Weasel. Two different head sculpts. So that's cool. So when they, so I guess we can make another figure. And then we have, Lenny said this is a completely new sculpt. I don't know if it is. I do know that it was pointed out that those high heels are going to make it very difficult to pose and keep her standing. Now this flight suit should be the exact same one that is going to be coming with Glenda. But giving her two different types of hair, the glasses. If you notice, and I haven't heard anyone, and I haven't watched a lot, I'm not gonna lie, that is the Baroness's classic rifle. So are they gonna give us another Baroness with the classic rifle? Because I don't want to buy another Baroness. I'm not gonna lie. Although, if you took that PulseCon exclusive and made her black or something different, I'd be happy, because the Baronesses have not been the greatest figures other than that PulseCon one. Ken Best says, ditch the patches, make the funding goal 11,000 with 2 tiers would have avoided a lot of the vitriol. Absolutely correct. And they have taken it. And they should. All right. So looking at this Baroness, those heels are going to be a pain to stand the fucking figure. I want to say I hope they never use them again, but I think they will. But if you order to it's been a long day. If you order multiple Rattlers, now you have your pilot. The same way if you did the Dragonfly. All right. And here it is exploding. This here is dropping the bomb. I love the detail right here. They did the same thing with the Sky Striker. And, here's everything. So we'll watch this, and then we'll probably call it a night. Because it's been a long time. It's been a long night.
Do you dream of soaring high above the clouds while laying waste to enemy tanks and aircraft with an overwhelming display of superior firepower? exciting and unique new opportunity. Cobra has once again conscripted our partners at Haslab to create a classified series Cobra Ratler ground attack jet. Consequently, we're expanding our ranks, and I want you. For a nominal campaign pledge, you too can become a new recruit in the Cobra Airborne and secure your very own 6-inch scale Cobra Rattler, along with an action figure of your personal flight instructor, Wild Weasel. He'll provide a tour of the lavish cockpit as well as the push-button illuminated instrument panel. That same button activates landing lights, and oh my, is that the warning indicator flashing? Never fear, you can easily repair your battle-damaged hull with the swappable armor plate. Imagine taxiing down the runway. No time to wait for clearance from the tower? Pivot the articulated wings for that classic Cobra Rattler VTOL liftoff. Don't have your own airplane hangar to accommodate the 32-inch wingspan? No need to fret. Destro added a fantastic new feature, allowing you to fold the wings upright, cutting its width in half. As a charter member of the Cobra Airborne, you'll be granted insight into Mars Industries technology with access panels that reveal the jet's mechanisms and inner workings. And what ground attack jet would be complete without a devastating arsenal of armament to reduce those filthy do-gooder Joes into ashes in the dust heap of history? Personalize each Cobra Rattler you find with its own customized loadout of weapon accessories and blast effects. But wait, that's not all. The air-to-air defense turret, which rotates 360 degrees, features its own articulated control stick and light-up HUD display for targeting those pesky attack copters. The twin cannons pivot up and down and are perfect for putting holes in GI Joe parachutes. This aircraft is truly a triumph, a masterpiece of the destructive arts. Proudly exhibit your Cobra Rattler fleet on this exquisite display stand, also included in the base offering. Rest your jets securely in standard flight, or add the attachment piece to pose it nosediving, taking off, or banking right or left. The slide-out drawer of the display base can also stow your accessories. Should orders exceed the first unlock tier, all backers will receive 3 Cobra Airborne Squadron patches. Do your allegiances lean to the fearsome fangs, or perhaps the fly swatters? Unlock 2 expands your Cobra Rattler crew to include a Cobra Gunner action figure to staff the turret. And last but certainly not least, our third unlock adds an exclusive Baroness pilot figure who's absolutely resplendent. And remember, each of the figures in the offering will be part of the classified series numbering sequence. Don't come crying to me if you miss out on this unprecedented opportunity. Well, friend, I hope I've convinced you to contribute to our worthy cause before the campaign ends September 9th. With your help, the free world will fall before Cobra's superior might, and G.I. Joe will cower before the roar of our engines. Cobra!
Now, I have no idea why I shifted to the side, why I put it in the corner. I told it to go full screen. Anyway, so after I watched the video, I actually was happier with it. I like the way that the ladder comes out and is integrated where you can't even notice it. Was it Liquid Identity who mentioned about the LED lights for the bullet holes? again, that harkens back to the original one where you had the swappable plates, which I think is awesome. Some people are upset that in the turret, the figure doesn't swivel with it, but it's not really possible. The figure cannot swivel with the turret without it being this wide. So it's just something you can't really do. But I like the display stand. And I actually like it better this way than what the Sky Striker did, where you have to loosen it and then you can shift it back and forth and move it around. But the fact that you can bake it down, have it lifting off, have it tilted, I think really does a lot. And then it gives you a little compartment that you can hide the stuff and store it. So anyway, that's really it. A FOMO, aka mindless consumption, of which I am guilty of. Yeah, pretty much. But anyway, that's it. That is the GI Joe Haslab. I mean, that's, again, I everyone that's still here, thank you very much. I really do not enjoy doing the streams when I don't have slides. There were just so many slides, and there was going to be absolutely no way to put them all in, and I really didn't want to waste my weekend doing it with the amount of stuff from SDCC. So I do appreciate you guys bearing with me. That's why I wasn't reading the comments nearly as much. It's hard when you're trying to go through. When I'm doing the slides, I just kind of click it and it moves me through it. So, and the fact that it's 4 hours in and there are 48 of you still in here, I appreciate it. What do we have? 134 votes. So again, there's been at least 134 people that have come through here, and clearly there were some people that didn't want to vote. You guys made that perfectly clear because they didn't give you an option to vote, which you wanted to. Anyway, I am going to get out of here quickly. If you guys don't mind, head on over to Destro's desk if you are not subscribed, and give this guy a subscribe. He's very close to 1,000. It's always nice to help people get past those milestones. It seems like some of us, we get close to it and we really start to struggle. Stiff Kittens says, quick question for you. What do you think of Swiper Island posting your Viper heel vid on his page? Okay. Quickly. Yeah. Didn't even show Scooby-Doo. And it kind of got lost. It kind of got lost, and I would have talked about it. So, first off, I did talk about this after it happened, but not everyone is always watching. So it's not like he doesn't know who I am, and it's not like he doesn't know that I don't like him. I mean, the guy took down my Instagram page. The guy also, he took down my Instagram page. He also yanked his merch that he stole from other people after I showed it on my stream. I think he came in, and whether or not he is trying to say, hey, look, I give people credit, I believe it's more of a mind game for him. Hey, this guy doesn't like me. He's part of that crew, and I'm not part of the crew of the people that were going after him. I said my piece, but I think that's his way of trying to, hey, you know what? Let's see if I can start up more drama, if I can do more. But I'm going to do it in a nice way. I just think it's him trying to play mind games. No, it's him being, passive aggressive. I don't do passive aggressive. I do plain fucking aggressive. But if he's going to send more people to my page and I'm still going to expose him for the type of content that he does, then more power to him. That's why I didn't really say anything, to be 100%. That's why I didn't say anything like, hey, just remove my fucking, like, no, you know what? Send people here. They'll hear, they'll hear what I have to say when I talk about him. I'm not one of those people that refuse to say his name. I don't care. Like I said, if you want to watch his content, then you are, and I'm not saying you, I'm saying people in general. So if you want to watch their content, they are more than welcome to. I don't ask people not to watch other people's content. I just try and, if I see something that that like Mike Zero or whatever, I think it needs to be brought up to people and say, hey, you know what? Just so you know, this is what this person is about. And people can do the same thing about me. You put yourself on this platform, you have to be willing to take the shots that some people are going to take. And if you say something wrong or you lie about stuff, you have to be willing to just sit there and take it. So.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money.
And Pop Blender with the $5 super chat. Thank you very much. Get some sleep. Yeah, I'm going to have so little sleep. Yes. Yeah. It's very, very slimy of me to take your guys' money, but I do appreciate it. And you're welcome. Like I do not, like I said, I put myself up here on a weekly basis. Everyone knows, where I stand with stuff. I don't cower from what I say because I fucking said it. I don't delete content. So, but yeah, I'm not a big fan that he did it. To be 100% honest, I'm not a big fan that he did it. But what can you do? What can you do? Lewis, I think, like I said, I think it's the whale. The Sky Striker is too big. It is much larger than the matter of. I think the Sky Striker is almost about the same size as the classified Rattler. And with those wings open, oh my god! And remember, the Sky Striker is already toned down, so I think it's going to be a whale. It's going to be a whale of a price hike too. So just be ready for that too. And
Welcome to the Creamery.
Crash is the newest channel member. Thank you very much, Crash, and welcome to the Creamery. Yeah, I think So I think a conquest makes more sense, but and the reason why the whale is not bigger than the Sky Striker. Physically, it is bigger, but it does not take up more space. The Sky Striker is longer. It is wider. Height-wise, doesn't always matter so much. The reason why I believe it's the whale, and I've discussed this a few times, or will be a whale. And Lenny did say this too, just so you guys know. These Haslabs, like they're in development like 2 years. I think he said 18 to 2 years in advance. So they already have certain ones. They know what they're going to do next. But as big as the whale is, they already know it will fund. They know they can charge $500. I don't want to say that too loud. Someone from Hasbro might hear me and be like, hey, you know what? Let's go do this. But they know that they can, do this. But the whale, it gives a GI Joe boat, and it also allows for a water moccasin. The water moccasin is small enough that they can do it for $100 to $125. If you did a moray, you don't have a GI Joe boat to go against it. And I don't think the moray is really nearly as iconic as people think it is. Sorry, Darren, I'm disagreeing with you. And quickly, Crash has donated 1 Punk membership. Thank you very much. And that goes to David
Welcome
Bruce.
to the Creamery.
So welcome to the Creamery, David Bruce. And thank you, Crash. That is, I appreciate it. And yeah, Matthew, I'm with you. $500 for the whale. Again, they've seen people crowdfund, the Thunder, not the Thunder Machine. What's the Cat Slayer, but what the hell was the Thunder Tank? So they've seen it. People will buy it, and they're looking at this, and they're just like, these guys will buy it, especially right now. In 3 years, who knows? But this line has so many figures, and they're creating new figures, and it's going to be that slow roll, no doubt about it. I think a Devilfish, yeah, but a Devilfish is not enough to take on a Mooring. Where Water Moccasin is a small craft that can take on a hovercraft. But again, for the whale, it is a play set. It holds so many figures. That's one reason why I don't know about a Mauler. But with that said, you look at Ramen Toys, and they're giving us a tank. His tank, they made it so you can hold a figure in the back. You get the gun turret, and then obviously you have the driver. So it can hold 3. The Dragonfly, it's going to be above your stuff. Holds 2 figures, right? And then here with the Rattler, again, 2 figures, it's going to be above everything. You get into boats, you can't fucking float it, right? Not everyone has pools. No, it's not. Hey, man, at least the whale versus bug. That's okay. And that ain't happening. That I can tell you is not happening. But anyway, holy shit, 4 hours. This is, wow. I will not be doing another 4-hour stream. Not anytime soon for this. I knew this was going to go long, and I really hated doing it this way. So I appreciate all of you guys sticking around for as long as you did. Everyone, thank you for the super chats, joining the members, or joining the membership, becoming members, that's it. And again, just for sticking around and listening to me bullshit for 4 hours. I do appreciate it. You guys are absolutely awesome. Thank you. This Thursday, please tune in. The Savage Land will be my guest, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I am looking really forward to chatting it up with him. I've never talked to him at all, not on any stream, nothing like that. Actually, I've had very minimum contact with him, but he puts out some pretty good content. So go over there, give him a subscribe, catch up on him, and then get to know him this Thursday. Good night, everyone. I will see you guys all this Thursday.
deserve